Hey, 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 happy hump day, everybody. It is a Wednesday, March 6th of 2024. Welcome back, guys. Today, we are looking a little bit deeper, a little closer at the Madeline Soto case to try to see if we can figure out what's really going on because things just don't seem right. Been a lot of stuff put out, so we're going to take a little closer look, and I appreciate you all joining me for that. So let's get this thing on the road. Here we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Good to see you. Hope you're having a great day so far. It's great to be back with you guys, as always. Welcome. Come on in and grab a seat, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to all of you, wherever you are. I hope it's good for you because it's great for me to be here with you, and I greatly appreciate you all. Again, guys, today we're looking back a little bit deeper, a little closer at the Madeline Soto case. So we'll have some updates, of course, in regards to Sebastian Rogers, um, the Elijah Vu case, as well as what we've been following recently, Keely Kinder situation, and hopes that there's some better news than what we've seen. But mostly today, the main topic today is we're looking a little closer at Madeline Soto. In that situation, there's been some things put out via court TV and things like that that have made me kind of think about it. Typically I don't look at the parents in these situations always first. You guys know how I am. And at that point, I just let it be what it is. But the past couple of days have been pretty wild, looking at her mother in some strange ways, and I'm curious myself. I'm not saying that I believe wholeheartedly that she's involved in this, but there's some things I want to look at. So let's see first off who we got here with us today to talk about this and gracing us with their awesome presence. Looks like Pammy B's back in the house. True crime time with Salty is in the house. Good to see you, Salty. Thank you for being here. Carrie Perjula, thank you for joining us today. Welcome back. Wildfire Cooter, what's up? Good to see you again. Miss Carolyn Miller, always a pleasure. Sammy Reeser, welcome back to you. Doodlebug, hey, what's going on with you? Good to see you today. Jackie Young, City Curve, what's going on to you in Ohio? Well, good to see you today. Mama, Mountain Mama's back in the house. Good to see you, Mama. Thank you for joining us. Becky Boo, welcome back to you. Let's see here. DKM, welcome back. Great to see you today. Evie Marie, always a pleasure. Thank you for joining me today. Jingles, what's going on? Good to see you. My brother Mikey, how's it going, bro? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Mr. Philip Hughes, sir, always a pleasure. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. Miss Licity J, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Let's see. Sorceress is back in the house. Welcome back. Miss Teresa, thank you for joining us today, as always. Hope Floats, how are you, Val? Great to see you here today. As always, Neil Homestead, welcome, welcome. Good to see you, sir. Michelle Weddle, welcome back to you. Karma Police is in the house, guys. You better behave. Thank you for joining us, Karma. Good to see you today. Party of 5, welcome back to you. Leo, how are you? Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Raul Kurvitz, thank you for stopping in. And Miss Kells, always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for joining us. Chad Button from Iowa, welcome back to you, my friend. Good to see you today. Looks like I think I see Steve down in here somewhere. I just saw it, and it flew right past me. Where did you go, sir? Heather Fitzgerald's in the house. Always a pleasure. Good to see you as well. Thank you to the mods for coming in here today with me. You are appreciated. I can't do this without you guys. You know that. Mama Bear, unfortunately, is working today. SWTC. There's Steve. Good to see you. Good to have you here, sir. Excuse me. Deborah Lynn, Polly Putnam. Always happy to have you. Thank you for joining us today. Much appreciated to all of you. Thank you for being here. Let me see, Chad, you're saying something. I'm not catching it at all. Let's see. Come on in, guys. Grab a chair, grab a seat. 54 people, 41 likes. Let's get that together and get it liked out there so we can get this in the algorithm, guys. Please, please, please get it liked. Like it up, if you will. SWTC, thank you very much. I appreciate that comment so very much. I'm glad for those of you that enjoy the channel. It means the world to me. It really does. Because that's what it's all about, and that's what I want, guys. It's for you to enjoy, and I hope that the information that you get from this definitely helps in a lot of ways. War Eagle is in the house. Welcome back, War Eagle, and all you awesome meatballs that are in here. Thank you for joining me today. It's always a pleasure. I see that, Kels. That's okay. We'll work that out. No big deal. I don't know why, but you know, I swear that YouTube has these glitches, and it always affects people in that sense. Mr. Chad Button, the first super sticker of the day. Thank you for that, my friend. You are appreciated so very much. Welcome, Salty. I'm glad you're home. Please be safe out there on them roads. Miss Dakota, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Happy Wednesday as well. 47 likes, 58 peeps. Come on, guys. Let's make a match. We got to get 100 peeps in here. Get this out in the algorithm so that this can be seen by everybody, guys. It's very important with these cases that we get this stuff seen. Please, please, please hit the like button on your way in if you can. It is so very much appreciated. I'm going to give it just a few minutes to get a few more people in here. That way we don't go back and forth. And then once we get rolling, or we'll get rolling. You know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, sorry about that. Yes, my hair's on fire again. Lisa Vallejo, welcome back to you. Good to see you, ma'am. Thank you for being here. Again, Chad, thank you for that, brother. I appreciate that super sticker so very much. Looks like it's a hippopotamus with a turning his hat backwards going like that. So that's pretty cool. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that very much. Grab your coffee and tea, folks, or whatever you're drinking today. Come on in. Find a place to sit because there's plenty of room in here. It's a hippopotamus. Okay, so be it. That's a new one for me, Heather, but I'll take it. Again, I hope you guys are all having a wonderful day. Today's a little crappier outside than normal. It's rainy and chilly again, and it was 80 degrees here yesterday, guys. Blew my mind. That's why I was so late last night, because I was outside all day doing my honeydew chores. You know how that goes. So, okay. Let's see. Am I missing anything over here? That's what I call my pity. A pibbopotamus. Gotcha. It must be a big boy. Sticker was it's okay with me. It doesn't bother me, Chad. Didn't bother me at all, sir. I appreciate it very much. 72 people in here now with 49 likes. Come on in, guys. Grab a chair. Get comfortable. We do have some things to bounce around and to discuss for sure. Let me see something here. Let me see. One second here. Looks like Chad Button just gifted 5 memberships. That's awesome. Chad. Amber Milby was gifted. Kells was gifted. You're green again, Kells. There you go. Cooter was gifted. Becca Boo. Mountain Mama. That is awesome. Welcome back to all you meatballs that already were meatballs and it just expired and now you're meatballs again. So welcome back to the sauce. Thank you so much, Chad. That was awesome of you, my friend. And welcome to the peeps that are new. Guys, make sure that you have your gifting opened up on that $sign down at the bottom of the chat there to be able to receive memberships when that does happen, because you never know when somebody's going to drop some. It can happen at any given time. So, Chad, thank you, my friend. Once again, that was so very awesome of you. You are appreciated, and welcome, all you new and awesome meatballs. Great to have you here, guys. Sorry, folks. Hair got stuck on something. Sorry about that. All set. There you go, Kels. Doesn't last long. Doesn't last long. That's awesome. Pibble Boy. You guys. I just love the little pet names for your dogs. That's cute. Speaking of which, I haven't seen mine in a minute. I wonder where he is. Milo! Hold on a second. He's being quiet too. Okay, he's just sleeping. That's why he's being quiet. Cunning Stunt, welcome back. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Brandy B is in the house. What's going on, Brandy? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Couple more minutes, guys. We got almost 80 people in here. 54 likes. Let's keep it going, guys. Let's keep it going. And because of that, Miss Kells had popped up. Miss Kells has been a member for 8 months. That's awesome. Very awesome. Time's going by quickly, too. I didn't even realize it's been that long. Congrats, Miss Kells. Great to have you in the sauce with us for 8 months. That's awesome. That's right. Welcome back. Georgia Rain, good to see you today. We didn't have any storms yesterday. Well, yeah, we did last night, Heather. Ours didn't come until last night. So nice yesterday. It was 80 degrees here yesterday. It was crazy. Natalie Poole, welcome. Good to see you, dear. Good to see everybody, actually. So today, Cunning, we're looking, I don't know if you're familiar with, if you were here when we started to cover the Madeline Soto situation. Unfortunately, they found her unalived. Her mother's boyfriend seems to be the one responsible for it. Hasn't been charged yet, which kind of bugs me. I know they're building a case, but whatever. And of course, the mother, was claiming to have no knowledge of anything. But recently, the past couple of days, some things have heated up a little bit around her situation. There's some questions that are being asked and some things that are being spoken about. So I want to take a closer look at some of this stuff with you guys and see what we can come up with in our opinions about that case. So congrats to you, War Eagle, 7 months. That's so very awesome. So very awesome. Welcome, Tammy. Good to see you. And congrats, War Eagle. It's great to have you in this community for that long. Appreciate you very much. And welcome back, Cunning. It's great to have you back in here today, as always. You guys may get another twofer from me today. I might be here again tonight as well. Of course, for those of you that want that. We shall see how it all works itself out. Okay, we got 85 people in here, 60 likes. Come on, guys. Let's make it match. Hit that button, please, so we can get this out there. Heather Fitzgerald, it's interesting. It's interesting that the mom said she saw that we're going to talk about this, the wording. And I know we've talked about this throughout the cases we've covered, that verbiage is important. And sometimes people just say things, but sometimes other things are going on. The mom said she saw her getting dressed for school, but then Ellie says that they know she was already gone at that time. She'd been getting dressed for school. See, that's what we're talking about. Thank you, Heather. And that's another thing. Mikey says that she changed her story right out of the gate. First, she dropped her daughter off close to school and she walked the rest of the way. Then the partner dropped her off. Well, yeah. Okay. That's awesome, Dakota. I hope you have fun with that. I'd be excited too. I love Jeff Dunham. So yeah, we're going to look at that. I have some questions. I have had some questions for sure. From the not quite the very beginning, but within a few days of her going missing, I started asking some questions quietly. And now they're being asked by others. So that's a thing. Okay. Party of 5. Congrats to you. Another member for 8 months. Says I'm always happy to be a meatball. And I'm always happy for you to be a meatball myself. I love you meatballs. Love the sauce. All of it. You guys are awesome. That's a big question too. Where was the mom the morning he allegedly dropped her off? And where was the mom for the birthday party? That's another question I have. Big question. And again, thank you. She was never seen on that church camera. Wrong kid. Okay. So in my opinion, I kind of agree in some senses that she was already gone that morning. So how did you see her getting? And the nervous bounce of that mother's leg. We're going to watch something that was on Court TV that I saw. Thanks again to Salty for pointing it out to me. As always, she's always there for me. It's crazy. But thank you, Salty. I appreciate you very much. There was a body language expert that they had on there watching her and his interviews. And I was just like, I don't know, guys. Something is up. She was supposedly working night shift the night of her party. That's your daughter's 13th birthday party. Okay? Think this. Think about this for a minute. That's your daughter's 13th birthday party. 13 is a milestone especially for a girl, okay? But for any kid, 13 is a milestone birthday. And in my household, it was. You're not going to request the day off way ahead of time for a birthday party that was planned, obviously, because she's turning 13. I did not, Brandy. I did not dye anything. Easy now. Don't be trying to jump on me. It's not dyed. I just have hair gel in, which is something I don't usually use, and it darkened it up. And that's what I'm saying. I cannot imagine a mother not. Well, we'll see about that too, Salty. I don't know. Something's not right with that. I got some pretty good questions for this. The mother. I'm pretty good with body language myself. I'm not an expert by any means, but I've always been able to kind of read people. That's just one of my things. Both the interviews that I saw with the mother, something wasn't right with her. And then the interview where they were talking and she was like rubbing his shoulders and all this stuff, that made me uncomfortable too. And granted that was before he was taken into custody, but there was something about that made me uncomfortable. Hey, Shelly, good to see you. Her actual birthday was before that party on Sunday. Right. The thing is if this was and it has happened when it's my child, 13, 16, 18, 21, we still have birthday parties. 30, we just had one from, these are milestone birthdays, you guys. They're important. I would make arrangements with my job to make things happen. That's just what I did. I'm not saying everybody has to be like me. I'm not saying everybody thinks the same way. I just have a gut feeling that something is wrong. Does that make sense? Something in my stomach is telling me something's not right. Now, I don't know which side of it is. I don't know if she's involved. If she just has no clue, it does happen to see the signs of things going on, because this has been going on for a couple years, guys. If she's covering up for the boyfriend, if there's no involvement whatsoever, all of this is possible, okay? It's okay. You can call me Sago if you want to, Stenny. Sounds cool either way. First thing I want to ask before we get moving into anything, Brandy, has there been any updates with Kaylee's situation at all, hon? Anything? I did not, Cunning. I did not see his Reddit posts either yet. Somebody else said that to me. I was going to get into that as well. They were together since 2007. The mother knew about this guy. Absolutely. Absolutely, Cunning. It'd make things easier. There is my email right there if you don't have it. And that goes for anybody that would like to send me anything. Please feel free at any time for anything. SRB is in the house. Welcome back, dear. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a good day. If they were together since 2007, that makes no sense. He's not the father. Sounds great, Cunning. Thank you, my friend. AG, great to see you. Says, oops, they were together since Maddie was 7. Correction. I got you, no problem. Carolyn said, I've had 3 parties my entire life, age 6, 11, 14, and I'm 67 this month. You make sure you let me know, Carolyn, when it is so we can celebrate here too. Where is the father? That's a good question, Steve. I'd like to know that, honestly. Brandy B. Thank you for that, hon, and thank you to anybody that donates to that. God bless. I appreciate that very much. It definitely helps. It's definitely not expected, but more than appreciated. I don't know if you heard me, Brandy. Are there any updates? Nothing. Okay, I see it there. Nothing, sadly. This really bothering me a lot. Damn. Yeah, you let me know when your birthday is for sure, Miss Carolyn. Remind me, and we will do that thing. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, SRB. I know it's going around. I would like to know where the father is, too. I agree. %. Hey, Skinny, good to see you today. Yes, SAs were confirmed from age 11. That's sad. And then here's the thing. As a parent, you're going to have to notice changes in your child. I'm just saying, guys. It's got to be something that, as a mother especially, and the little girl, her personality had to have changed at some point because of the situation. You're not going to notice that. You're not going to understand. And I've read stories about this in the past where a lot of parents don't want to accept that it's happening and just ignore it. I'm not saying that's what she did. Okay. But I've read stories about that. I agree. That's probably true. Salty, that my dad probably was never around. And this was the only father figure she had in her life, sadly. Amen to that one. Absolutely. We need to stop making our boyfriends, our girlfriends, our husbands, our wives, whatever it is, more important than our children, you guys. And we all know that. We all know that. These kids are the number one thing, the most important number one priority in our lives. It needs to be, that's all there is to it. They have to be. Michael 007, welcome, my friend. Absolutely, Natalie. It's a lot more than it ever was. That's for damn sure. It sure as hell is. My understanding from what was stated, Carolyn, since Madeline was 7 years old. Thank you, Zelda. Appreciate that. This case has me so angry because this guy just pretended like nothing. He's such a good actor. He wasn't a good actor because it was pitiful and most people could read it. But, denial. Thank you, Skinny. It's a good way to put that. Denial / willful ignorance just means lying to yourself as well as everyone else. And you failed your child. You have failed your child as a parent. And there's so many of these kids who everybody around them have failed them, guys. They've all failed them. And that's sad. So again, as I've always been saying, guys, if you see something, say something. Do not mind your own business. We need to stop minding our own business with these kids. I don't care anymore. People can be mad at me for saying it. I'm not going to mind my own business anymore because that's what happens. When we say it's not my problem, when we mind our own business, another child passes away or it disappears. Enough is enough. I've been saying this for days now. I'm over it, all of it. It's time for us to stand up as a whole and as a community and stand for our children, protect our children. Period. Exactly. That's the sad part, Carolyn. That's half her life, Joe. Sadly, he probably victimized her her whole life past. I agree with that. I do. I absolutely agree with it. And that's my point, Salty. I can't. I never could do it. There were times, when something was going on in the grocery store and you see somebody backhand a 7-year-old child, and I would turn and my wife would like, no, don't do that because you know what's going to happen. It's not going to happen anymore. I even told my wife, I said, I'm done minding my own business. I'm done being quiet. I'm done allowing people to hurt these children. If I see something, watch me. I'm coming at you. I promise you. There's a difference between discipline and abuse. Big, huge difference. You can discipline your child without hurting them. Okay. I've done it with all my children. Welcome, Annie. Good to see you. And you can be stern without hurting your child. And there's a difference between spanking, because it's a form of discipline. And I think it's okay in some senses. You don't beat your child with a 2x4 or a baseball bat or strangle them or push them down the stairs, or these are children. They're not adults. You can't use the same force with a child that you would use with an adult, period. It's bullshit. And then moving on to the other side of things, you're in a relationship with this woman, this child's mother. She's an attractive lady. What the hell's wrong with you? Did you have to go to this scenario? And if it's because you're not getting what you think you should get, then oh well. That doesn't mean you move into this situation and I know it's not always about that, you guys. It's a psychological situation. There's control issues involved with it. I'm done hearing the excuses for it. It's bullshit, and I'm over it, and it needs to stop. That's all. That's all there is to it with me. It makes me so mad. Welcome, CL. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. For the mother, and we don't know 100%. Okay, like I said, we can have our thoughts on this and our theories, as do I. We don't know for sure yet, and I want to truly wait to see what happens with law enforcement with the mother before I make a full-fledged judgment. Okay, just understand that. We're going to talk about it, but I'm not going to make a blown-out judgment on what I see yet. Moni69, welcome back. Good to see you. But here's the thing, you guys. Understand something. From a psychological standpoint, my wife has her degrees in psychology, and I worked along with her to get those degrees. A lot of this stuff I know. A lot of these women that are attracted to, we don't even know what Maddie's father is like. He could have been the same type of person, because a lot of times they're attracted to that because that's what it is. These people, she seems very timid. She seems as though she could be domineered, per se, for lack of better terms. And this guy, that show he put on where he fake cried and Mr. I feel bad and all that bullshit. He's a good actor, but not really, because I think most of us saw through that. It seems to be a controlling person. There's little thing, and you'll hear some of this stuff today as we look into this, but zero tolerance. Absolutely, Skinny. There is no more. No more at all. Bingo. That's it right there. Predators seek out these. Do you understand that, guys? That's a real statistic, that some of these predators will see a woman interacting with her children in public. This has happened before. And they seek out that woman because they see that she has a daughter or a son that they're interested in over them. That's happened, folks. That's sick as hell as to hear about. And it's crazy to think about, but it does happen. It's crazy. That's what these people do. It's insane to me. Amen to that one. Amen to that one. These criminals don't know how the YouTube streets and how we roll. 100%. 100%. This is what we do, folks, and we ain't putting up with it, period. Absolutely, Natalie. the manipulation's real. Because and I could see some of that by watching that interview with the mother. She seems maybe like she's not so confident in herself. Okay. Maybe like she's uncomfortable speaking to other people. Okay. Which could all be his control of that situation. He sat behind her in the one interview, and you'll pick this up when we hear this. Moving his hands, cracking his knuckles, doing this. That's his situation. That's why he sat behind her, so he could control this instead of sitting next to her, sitting by her, comforting her. No, he sat behind her to control that whole situation in a sense. It's sad and it's disgusting to me. One second. I missed you too. I hope you had a good day.
I did.
Are you feeling better?
Kind of.
Your stomach?
Still feel like throwing up.
It feels exactly the same. I didn't eat some.
I've tried.
Did you eat today?
No. I mean, I did, but it didn't. I wasn't really hungry.
Don't eat anything heavy then, okay?
Okay.
Hey, there's Bonnie. I was just wondering about you, Bonnie. Hadn't seen you in a while. Couple days. Thank you for jumping in. And congrats, 4 months. That's awesome. I think you've been here longer than 4 months, though, to be honest with you. I don't know if that was just a rollover or something like that, but yeah. I can agree with that, Felicity. Yeah. With mom rubbing his shoulders in that interview, she shows you. Well, that can also be seen another way, though, Felicity. That could be what she does to keep him from being upset on a regular, to keep him calm on a regular. That's her job in a sense with him, and maybe, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Kels. Yes, that was Mr. Caden, for those of you that didn't see him. I thought so. It's been a long time, Bonnie. I don't know. That's weird that didn't cover that, right? But either way, I know that. You know that. That's all that matters. Thank you, Deborah. I appreciate that very much. I'm very happy at being a dad. I like being a dad. I like being a granddad. I don't like the age that goes with it, but I like being a granddad. I love my kids. Doodle says, I love that you notice when of course, you guys are important. Of course, I'm going to notice when you're not here. And I usually always do. Always do. Nellie, good to see you. I'm sorry, but if my daughter is missing, I'm not going to lie to the authorities, and I would be looking. And something else that bugged me too, that I don't know why I didn't catch it the other day. When that mother was having that interview, there were certain sensitive things that were brought up. This is another thing that bothered me. I didn't say anything because I just let it be what it was. Did you notice that she didn't cry, but he did his fake crying? She didn't cry. There was not one tear coming down that woman's face. That bothered me. If my child was gone, okay? If my child was gone, you guys have seen my reaction to things that aren't even my actual biological child, okay? But that woman didn't shed one tear. Now, yes, there could be things called, she could be in shock. I get it, but I don't think so. I don't get so. Or I don't think so. I'm sorry. I didn't get that. Thank you, Michael. That's my question, Steve. I was asking that this morning. I was talking to my wife about this. I wonder what her actual family's thinking. because she made a statement and said, our whole family is a mess. I'd like to know what they know or what they think about this situation. She seemed scared to me. That's what I'm saying. But what was she scared of, Salty? Was she afraid of what could have happened or what could be happening to her daughter? Or was she afraid that people are going to find out something that they shouldn't? You see what I mean? That's where the difference is, where you have to break it down. And that's what I'm curious about. Yes, Miss Bonnie, you are a very sweet person. We know that. There's a lot of people that called it out immediately that they weren't comfortable with the way the mother interviewed, period. The same here. That's exactly what I'm on the fence with too. And I'm trying to be easy with it because I don't like to judge a parent that's going through something like this. I can't imagine. And you guys have heard me stand up for this lady and say, hey, easy, guys. Let's take it easy. Her whole world just crumbled around her. But I got some questions. That's all I'm saying is I got some real questions. I definitely do have some questions. And we're going to look at these things here in a minute. We got 117 people in here. We still only got 77 likes, guys. Come on. We got to get this in the algorithm. Please pretend like you like me. Do something. He is not goofy anymore. No, he's going to be goofy. All right, Steve. That's a fact. Just not the goofy he wants to be. That's kind of a lot of people think that, CL. And I'm kind of over there balancing on that too a little bit. Exactly. We both did. She's absolutely right. But we waited and now we have questions. And that's where we're at, guys. Heather B, good to see you. It's been a while. Great to have you back. We missed you. Great to see you. Yes, I noticed you were gone too. I do notice when you guys aren't here. Smart ass Patriot. I haven't seen you in a few days either. This is in Florida, Michael. Kissimmee. I don't know if you're familiar with Kissimmee St. Cloud. Kissimmee, where Disney World is located in Florida. It's down around that area. Not too far from Orlando. It's like right there. So we missed you as well, Miss Heather. It's great to see you. Yes. Absolutely, Michael. Thank you guys so very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I have a good relationship with him. I love him to death. And like I said, we're best friends. That's why the Sebastian Rogers case really bugs me in a bad way. I love the day you got up immediately and called to check because Kaden was. Oh, yes. Yes, I'm a very, very, and always have been a very, very active parent in my children's lives, especially his. When they got older, they're pretty self-sufficient, but he's a little different to me. So I've always been a lot more active in his life. I mean, we're all like that, guys. You guys love your kids. We all do. 100%. I was going to ask Mikey how far away he was and have him go for a ride, to be honest with you. Thank you, Lissy. I appreciate that. Bonnie, all of you guys, thank you so much for the kind words. I really do appreciate that. And I appreciate that comment. My wife would love to see and hear that as well. We've tried. We have really tried. He's a great kid, though. That's right. You never stop parenting. I got a 31-year-old child that I still parent, guys. It's never going to change. St. Cloud, 30 minutes. Got you. Now, Mikey, let me ask you something. I know Kissimmee and Kissimmee St. Cloud, it's the same place, right? Because there's another case that I just found in St. Cloud that made me sick that I'm going to show you guys at the end of the show. And it's got me weirded out. Like, what's going on in Florida? You know what I'm saying? Like, in these areas, at least. This is where, like, we take our kids for their enjoyment. And there's so much crap going on. That's right, Nelly. They are. They are basically, okay. Because St. Cloud, there's another case that just popped up in St. Cloud. And I thought Kissimmee and they were the same, like, vicinity. You know what I mean? St. Cloud is more country, let's say, but they border. Okay, that's kind of what I thought, but I wasn't sure. When I lived down in Daytona, or I'm sorry, New Smyrna, I went there once because I went to Disney when I was 14. But I didn't like know the area. I wasn't driving at that time. I didn't know how to get around or what was what. I just knew that Kissimmee St. Cloud and Kissimmee were kind of the same thing. So, not Florida, we have a new Lotus. Yes. Thank God. Thank God. Norma Fralin, good to see you. And everybody else that's jumped in, good to see you guys. Come on. 138 of you guys are in here. Please hit that like button. Let's get this out in the algorithm. I'm going to get these videos up and rolling, show you what I'm talking about. I agree with that, Shelly. I really would be too. Yes, I did, Heather. I actually lived very, very, very close, very close to that. Like within walking distance. It was weird. And in fact, I rode my bike and skateboarded right past there all the time, daily. So yes, there was cooties. Cooties. I don't know if that person was there at that time, but I doubt it. He was still younger. That was funny, Heather. Do I talk too much? Okay, I'll shut up now. Thank you, Kels. See that, guys? Not even my, now it's all of you guys that are coming at me, the mods. First the mods are attacking me. Now I got you guys telling me I talk too much. I'll shut up. It's that time. I like talking to you guys. That's a problem. That's why I do this. But I'll shut up now. Thank you, Miss Kels, for keeping me in line. Let's see here. Welcome back, Doodle. All right. As far as I know, they have not found Sebastian yet. We're gonna look at all those updates as well. I promise you guys. I'm not letting go of any of that stuff. We're just centering in on this. That's all. Cheeseburger casserole. That's good stuff. I've had that too. Tater tot casserole. It's another one I like. It's not very good for you, but I like it. All right, we're gonna start off. As I always refer to Court TV, I'm not a big fan of any, but I like what Court TV, how they present certain things. So we're going to look at this first, you guys, for those of you that haven't seen it. And it really has me interested. I'm torn. I'm torn with what we're going to see with the there's a body language expert. I'm torn whether to believe her or not to believe her. That's all. So let's see what we got. Hope you guys are ready. Thank you guys again for joining me. Please, if you haven't, hit that like button so we can get this in the algorithm. It's important, guys. Please, I would appreciate it greatly. Even if you don't like me, just pretend like you do. How about that one? And I know I'm talking too much again, Kels. I'm going to shut up now so you guys can watch this.
On closing arguments this hour, we're going in depth into one of the big investigations that is taking place right now, perhaps the biggest in the nation, criminal investigations. We're talking about the case out of Central Florida involving this young girl, just 13 years old, Madeline Soto, had just celebrated her 13th birthday and then went missing on February 26th. Her birthday was on the 22nd. They had a celebration on the 25th. And this hour, we're going to go through three things that I want to take a look at. And I want to begin with an accidental release that happened. And this was a little bit disturbing, surprising. and not welcomed, I don't think, by the public in what happened.
I'm sorry, I think I missed something in here. Annie, the topic, if that's what you were asking, the one that we're doing today is just Madeline Soto. And I'm sorry if I got off topic for so long. I just like to talk to you guys. So again, my apologies.
Happened here. It involves a crime scene photo. This is from reporting from Fox 35, a statement made by the sheriff. This is what the sheriff said. A post was made on social media about a community event for seniors. In the post, an investigative photo was accidentally included. The photo was immediately removed. We deeply apologize for any confusion or disturbance this may have caused. And that comes from the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. So what exactly was released here accidentally? Well, there's another post I want you to take a look at. This came from, I guess, a political opponent of that sheriff, the former sheriff who's running again, former Osceola County Sheriff Russ Gibson posted this on Facebook. The second photograph that I received was an Instagram post made by Marcos Lopez himself. This photograph was taken at an active crime scene where Madeline's body was recovered, and it was indeed a picture of Madeline's lifeless body. This is 100% unacceptable and 100% shameful and disrespectful to Madeline, her family, and friends. So a picture from the crime scene posted accidentally of Madeline's lifeless body at the scene. All those types of images aren't allowed to be publicly disseminated in the state of Florida. And obviously there are issues on how it could impact family, friends, and others. Ultimately, I don't think it will impact any trial or investigation. Then another post, or the same post, the sheriff continued. The first photo is a selfie of an Osceola Sheriff's Office civilian, Nerva La Sharifa Rodriguez, and the main suspect of the murder of Miss Madeline Soto as he's coming out.
I know, Kels. It's all right. Yeah, guys, I knew she was joking. It's no big deal. It was a joke. It was a joke. Relax, everybody. It's okay.
Out of a building handcuffed. To post this photo for her own personal gain and notoriety is unacceptable and shameful. So here's what the former sheriff is talking about here. This was a selfie that was posted to Facebook. Although the post has since been deleted, that image was posted. And on it, you can see the suspect in the background coming out, and then a selfie taken by a civilian working in the sheriff's office. Not in great taste. Not in great taste at all. And sort of unfortunate parts of what has transpired in this investigation so far. But that man, Stephen Stearns, let's talk about him. And a lot of chatter and talk. Was this guy a Disney employee? Did he work for Disney? Now, if you go to his Facebook page, it's pretty clear. He posts up there that he was, in fact, a cast member at Walt Disney World. And for those of you not familiar with what a cast member at Walt Disney World is, that's someone who works there. You don't have to be one of the characters wearing the costume. You just have to work at Disney, and you're considered a cast member. So based upon that, a lot of folks are a little worried based upon the allegations he's facing now for those photographs on his cell phone that he was arrested for, sexual abuse. We believe that victim in those photos is Madeline, but working at Disney. So here's what the Orange Observer is reporting about whether or not he works at Disney. And despite information on the Facebook profile belonging to Stephen Stearns, the man arrested February 28th in the case of missing 13-year-old Madeline Soto was not a Disney cast member, officials confirmed.
So yesterday, it was brought up. There was a screenshot I showed you guys. There's Molly. What's up, Molly? Good to see you, hon. I think he was trying to get a job there. my understanding is that the mother worked in the office there. In turn, he was trying to get a job there. He had a audition per se. It was a screenshot I showed you guys. That was supposed to happen in April. So my hopes is that he never started working there. Thank God. And he never will again. So that's how I think this went down. Okay. But he probably put that on his Facebook post, thinking he was going to be starting in April. So on and so forth. Well, guess what? Nope, nope, nope. Things have a way of happening for a reason, folks. And I think that's what this is all about in some senses. Not that this should have happened, but you know what I mean? Kiki's in the house. I can agree with that, Patriot. They've changed a lot. They've changed a lot. Not like it was. That's a fact. And Walt Disney is probably rolling in his grave, folks, because Disney is not what he wanted it to be. That's a fact. Oh, okay. So Licity's saying that the post that I showed wasn't about him specifically. It was a job listing in general on Disney's page. There you go. So I would, here's the thing. Good to see you, Mark and Betty and Dahlia. Thank you for joining us. If I was Disney and this man worked for me, guess what? No, he didn't. I'm just telling you. This is a huge, huge industry. And to state that you have somebody that does these kinds of things working for you, they're going to deny that from top to bottom, folks. Unless you can prove it, and they're probably going to make it hard. They're going to deny that. And I don't blame them. I would not, as a business, it's not their fault that he's who he is. Okay. You can't find out about everything about everybody. That's just a fact, folks. But again, they're going to deny, period, that he worked for them. End of story. There's nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? So thank you, Lissy, for explaining that. I must have misunderstood that whole thing then. I don't know, but yeah, they're going to deny that he works there, even if he did. That's my opinion on it. So I don't think we'll actually really ever know unless we look at like a pay stub, like Monty just said, or something like that. You know what I mean? So
not a cast member. Was he a former cast member? Did he ever work there? Did he work for a subcontractor there? Those questions we still don't know. And I'm not sure if he had any interaction with guests at the park. But the latest that we're getting on this, the official word is he was not, and or is not, or was not at the time of his arrest. So we'll continue to try to figure out more of that. Finally tonight, I want to get into some body language analysis because the suspect in the cell phone case, who's a suspect in the disappearance and murder of Madeline, the boyfriend of the mother, gave an interview on television, as did the mother. So what is their body language telling us in these interviews? Let's bring in our special guest who's joining us from Orlando, Florida. You know her well, human behavior expert Susan Constantine, back with us.
Now, I'll be honest with you guys. I've seen a lot of stuff that Susan covers through here because I follow these guys a lot, okay? I've never really had any issues with other stuff she's covered. But I am torn about this one right here. I said that once already, but again, most of what she has said, I've usually always followed along with her pretty comfortably. So that's just me. Bombshell, good to see you. Tattletales, welcome back. Great to see all you guys.
Susan, great to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. I want to get into this. I want to show you first Stephen Stern, who agreed to an interview. This is the night after Madeline disappeared, which is also the day before he was arrested. This is all courtesy of WFTV in Orlando. You know that station well. We have the video. Let's watch it together.
I dropped her off. Everything looked fine when I drove away. It's the last time we saw her.
What were the conversations that y'all had in the car when you dropped her off?
Now, like I told you guys, as we're watching this, I'm pretty good at reading people myself. I'm not an expert by any means. Never claimed to be. Never will. But some of this stuff is just commonsensical stuff. The guy, and they're going to point this out too. When I watched this interview the first time before he was even a suspect, I was like, I don't know about this, okay? And he wipes nothing with his tissue. There's no dampness in his eyes. His eyes, there's no glassiness if you look at it. And I'm going to tell you some things I learned for some of the psychology classes that my wife took were amazing. They teach you so much, guys. You can learn so much from these things. I loved it. It was so interesting to me. But just head movements, the way that he, and they'll explain this all too. That's why I want you guys to really watch and listen to what she says, because a lot of this is really, really interesting. I agree, Molly. He does with me too.
But she was asleep for most of the way. Told her have a good day at school when she got out. I love her. She said thanks, love you too. That was it.
And so where do you think she could possibly be? I mean, this isn't as I was told.
Exactly, Michael. That's where most of this and the lying comes from, is his eyes. He does not look up. He only looks at the person talking to him. I think once or maybe twice. The whole time he's looking down because he knows he's lying. And if you look at his eyes, they shift to the left. Sometimes they look up. That's all lying to me, okay? Especially coming from this person. The fake cry is pathetic. I knew that was fake from the very beginning. It's not even there's no tears. There's nothing there. Okay, it's being forced. You can tell.
This isn't normal behavior.
This is not normal behavior. She's not the type that would just run off. We don't know where she could be. And we're scared. We just want her home.
Again, there's nothing about his eyes that even resembles reality to me. And real quick, I stopped this actually for Tattletales. I have started covering Mahogany Tattletales. I will give some updates for sure. I promise. I will get back and get that updates. Get those updates. I'm sorry. These cases with these children have really taken up my time. So my apology for not getting more into that one, but I will. I definitely will.
Are you, in a sense, blaming yourself?
It's hard not to. It just keeps coming in waves. Just the reality keeps hitting. And we don't know where she is. We don't know if she's safe. We're just scared. We just want her home. Conflicting reports here and there. People say they see this or that. None of it's conclusive and none of it's helpful. We just want our baby girl back.
Okay, Susan, let's start with Stephen Stearns, who's in custody now for what was found on his phone, but obviously a suspect in this investigation. What are your thoughts about his statement there? There was a lot.
There was a lot. In fact, when I was covering this on Fox 35, I urgently stated right on air that the Sheriff's Department needs to consider this person as a suspect in her missing. So anyway, when I'm watching his body language, you notice that he's looking down a lot. So he does what we call eye blocking. He doesn't make eye contact when he's actually talking to the reporter. That's always a concern for me. But let's cluster things together, okay? So when you see him taking these really deep breaths in and it comes back out, those are manufactured. It didn't go in sync with his emotional affect on his face. There's also, if you look really close, there's asymmetry in his eyebrows. One will lift up a little higher than the other one. Natural emotion will move synergistically or in synchrony on both sides. So anytime asymmetrically is always a side of concern. The other thing is there's no tears, Vinny. We're looking at him. He doesn't have red bloodshot eyes. He doesn't have any tears coming down his face. He's got this kind of scratchiness in his voice, and he's pushing these emotions to appear like he's very sad and he's worried. I don't see it. There's no stressors in the forehead. There's no sadness in his eyebrows. To me, it's an all great big fabricated story. And the other thing I want to mention, when he said that she was asleep, I think she was asleep, but it wasn't that she was asleep. in the real world, she was already dead. I think that was where she was already dead at that point.
Yeah, the dry wipe always gets me, right? You're wiping, you're dabbing your eye, but there's nothing there to dab. What are you doing? Like,
it's all fake. It's a big fake out. That's all it is.
I mean, I've seen that in courtrooms, but and here he is in this moment. I'm surprised that he even would appear on television, but he did. Now, I know you also, as you mentioned, you did the analysis before the arrest, by the way, on Fox 35 down there. And there was another interview with the mother where he's in the background. And a lot of people have been talking about, like, what's he doing back there? It was odd behavior.
Yeah, so it's almost like stalker behavior where he pushed himself kind of in the background so that he wasn't present in the front of the camera. And it was because he was watching her, watching the environment. Also, too, when he first walked in the room, he made a lot of noise. He bopped down the trash can. There was a lot of agitation that was going on. He didn't sit next to her to support her. He was in the back. But keep in mind, now look at, he's not crying. He's really concerned. I really love her. But yet there's no unity between them. So that what I thought was very strange on the front end of it. The other thing is that when you look at what she says, and I actually wrote it down, right here, Jan Soto says, I went to go pick her up at school and she wasn't there. And then simultaneously, you have to look at things, that's how they sync together. Right at that moment, what does he do? He starts stretching and cracking his knuckles. This is where tension is built up. When a person is feeling highly stressed, they may stretch their fingers out and they start cracking their knuckles to kind of release this lactic acid. The second part of that was, Jen says, that there's a lot of conflict of who took him to school. First of all, I think it's all big, a whole big fabricated story. I don't think any of it is true. I think she was dead. When you're listening to the story unfold, it was we took them to school. Then it was I took him to school. And then it was the boyfriend that took him to school. When you see all this disjointedness, when we analyze this, I throw my team on it, we're all talking to each other and going, oh, I'm smelling a rat here. First of all, I think they're both involved. I think she's covering up for him.
Well, let's do this. Let's do this. Madeline's mother also spoke to WFTV Orlando during that same interview. Let's watch that together.
I feel like I can't breathe.
Now, the piece of garbage with the beard there, which they should shave that. He makes us bearded people look horrible. I hate that. He doesn't deserve a beard. But anyway, he's pretty easy to read. He's like a book, guys. Okay? To me, she was a little bit harder, but there are some signs with her that made me nervous. I'll be honest with you, and had the questions. And there's more now. So he was super easy to read. He really was. I think most of you guys probably could tell that too, just from watching. This one's a little bit more hard, but pay attention to this because it's really interesting. Thank you, War Eagle, very much.
All I keep thinking about is, where is she? Is she safe? Is she okay? But we're all a wreck. My entire family's a mess. We're just so worried. We dropped her off at school, close to school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way. I'm not sure what I'm allowed to share. Spotted walking by the church, by the middle school, on the cameras. They saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m. heading towards the school, but she never made it. In my heart, I feel like somebody took her. This isn't.
Now, one thing I want to point out, one thing that she may not have understood, but I think that the news channel picked up on this before anybody else did. Okay. She's going to explain something here. She's not shaking, like physically shaking, like nervous shaking. Her leg is going 1,000,000 miles an hour, and she's bouncing it so hard and so fast. She's moving, okay? That may be something she didn't catch up on right away. But the news channel, when they interviewed her, they caught it. You know why I know that? Because as they were interviewing her, they went down with the camera and they panned down to her leg moving. They caught it. Okay. That says a lot, you guys. That's a nervous thing. I do that. I do that because I have ADHD. Caden does it. Okay. It's an anxiety thing. It can be attached to different things. In this situation, though, as you see her looking up constantly, looking for the truth, as she's going to tell you here in a minute. But the thing is, her leg is going a million miles an hour. And it blew my mind when I first watched this that the news channel caught that, okay, before anybody else did. That was interesting to me. So when she explains this, I don't want you guys to get confused and think that she's not actually shaking, like scared shaking. Her foot is bouncing so hard that her whole body is vibrating from it, okay?
Like her to just pick up and run away, or just not go to school. I don't know what to think. We're desperate for any answers, anything that you can do to help. I'm here for it. Just please, if you see my daughter, just please bring her home. I just hope you're okay, Maddie. I hope you're safe. I hope you're not hurt.
Now, something else I want to point out that my wife pointed out to me from a psychological standpoint. This has nothing to do with the body language thing. She makes a statement where she says, I'm not sure what I'm allowed to say. Okay. Then she starts saying these things that she's saying. My wife seems to think that she's doing that because she's trying to tell everybody what she thinks they want to hear. That's my wife's take on the psychological side of this. Okay. I agree with her. Because if you put those two things together in this one paragraph with this, that makes all the sense in the world. This woman, this is what bothers me the most with her. Okay. This is a mother. A mother's bond with her child is stronger than anything on this planet. You all know this. All of you mothers know this. There's not one tear in her eye. Her eyes aren't red. They're not damp. They're not nothing. Now, granted, I understand. JC Ann, welcome back, dear. I'm sorry I didn't get to make it to your live the other day. I will definitely jump in with you on one soon. There's not even redness, folks. Therefore, there's nothing, okay? She could be in shock. Yes, I get it. But that still brings tears, folks. The emotions in her body should be so struck right now that she has no idea. Now, if you're prepared for this situation, meaning you already know what the situation is, your body's not going to react the same way. Neither is your mind, because you already know and it's already there. Therefore, it's not an expectant. It's not something you're going to be coming into. It's here already. Think about it.
I just hope she's okay.
Okay, Susan, your thoughts here on mom.
Well, first of all, she's in fight or flight. You see her really shaking. This is not your typical nervousness. This is a shivering. Oftentimes you see that when somebody's really in trouble, right? You see them shaking like if, they're very, very nervous. That's really more of a nervous. You see her looking up a lot, what we call the three-corner wipe, but from the bottom. She's searching for answers. There's pauses in between her thoughts. She kind of loses her thought. She's then asking the interviewer about what she should say or what she shouldn't say, or maybe I shouldn't say it. That's really odd because that would almost imply that she was talking to an attorney or something, that she was kind of prohibited in saying something. The other thing is again, remember she saw her going across the street. We dropped her off. I think that she did, but it wasn't that day. And this is what liars do. And Casey Anthony was really good at this. She would play out things in her mind that had occurred before, or that she visualized it, somebody else doing it, but putting herself in that situation. So I am telling you right now, Vinny, and I will bet my career on it, the mother's involved. She's covering it up for the boyfriend. I don't think she had anything to do with it, but I think there was a high conflict between her and that birthday party. When you look at the language, and there was a conflict between the mother and the daughter. I even asked Fox 35, I said, hey, what's going on with this relationship with mother-daughter? There's a high conflict. Why? Because early on, you could listen to her tone. There's a lot of videos. She was an agitation, almost some anger that I could hear in the back of her voice. So the other thing is there's no tears, there's no sadness, there's no remorse. And I have to ask you a question, Vinny, and any of your viewers out there. Did you feel any emotion there?
No.
There you go.
We didn't.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't. And I hate, and again, no one's been charged at all in what has happened to her. We only know about the charges relative to the cell phone. The investigation continues, but it's a big part of the investigation. What was going on in the house? What's going on with the relationships? All significant stuff. Susan, always great to have you on the show. We appreciate your time and your incredible insight. I know for sure we'll be speaking again, so I'll just say I'll see you next time. Thanks so much, Susan.
Bye-bye.
All right, you guys. Now, we're going to go back and do our own version of this, okay? So I'm going to show you some stuff. And I'm going to show you guys the initial interview again. The original. Oh, hush your mouth, Vinny. We're done with you for right now. 1 second, guys. I am struggling with this in a bad way, you guys. Very, very bad way. All right, we're gonna look at this one. We're gonna go with this one first, okay? Now, this one was from March 1st. Thank you guys all for being here and going through this with me. My fire went out. We got to add more wood to it. I'll take care of it. Thank you, Felicity. So we're going to go with this interview first, okay? Now, pay attention to this, you guys. Watch everything going on in this entire room. Watch her. Watch her eyes. Watch her. I want you guys to pay attention to this, too. Watch her facial reaction and her body reaction when he comes into the room behind her. Pay attention to that, okay? Right, Salty. Exactly. I get mad and do that too. But pay attention to those things first off, and I'll stop it here and there to show you what I'm talking about, okay? This reporter is a great reporter, by the way. She asks really good questions, and she's very on point with this.
And tell us what's going on with Maddie.
Well, Monday morning, we took her to school. We dropped her off close to.
Now, right off the gate, we. Nothing to do with her not being there. She keeps saying we. Now, I blew that off in the beginning because I'm just thinking maybe, you know, she's not thinking whatever, but she did it more than once, and she did it in more than one interview. So remember that thing.
To school across the street from a church, which is it's right next to the school.
Now watch this. This is the part I want you guys to see. My wife pointed this out to me. All right, here we go. Watch as he comes in the room. Watch her face, okay? In fact, I'll slow it down for you. Did you see it? Watch it again.
It's right next to the school.
Do you see it? I'll do it one more time for you guys.
School across the street from a church, which is it's right next to the school.
Okay, so I know you guys caught that now. I didn't catch that the first time until my wife watched this and said, watch this. It's kind of interesting. All right, now he comes into the room. Here we go.
She crossed the street and walked to school, what we thought walked to school. My boyfriend who drove her to school drove away at that point. It was seen on video footage that she hung out in the parking lot of the church for a few minutes and then got up and walked towards the school. But she never made it that walk and that was around 9 a.m. when she got up. She never made it to school after that.
Now, I don't know if you guys saw that, but did you notice how she's on a computer, but did you notice how she looks to her left or her right to look back there to see where he's at? Watch this.
Walk and that was around 9 a.m. when she got up. She never made it to school after that. It's right next to the school. I don't know why she didn't make it. I don't know if something happened on her walk along the way or if she got taken, but she never made it.
And that was the last
time. Drove away at that point. It was seen on video footage that she hung out in the parking lot of the church for a few minutes and then got up and walked towards the school. But she never made it.
She just looked over to see what he's doing, and he's back there. Yeah, the reporter is really good, Salty. I agree. Anyway, I won't keep stopping it, guys. I know it's going to drive me nuts. Just keep watching him. Watch her. Watch her eyes and her body movements.
That walk and that was around 9 a.m. when she got up. She never made it to school after that. It's right next to the school. I don't know why she didn't make it. I don't know if something happened on her walk along the way or if she got taken, but she never made it.
And that was the last anyone's seen of her or heard from her?
Yes. I went to pick her up after school, and she wasn't there. So I started driving around.
Now you see him in the background cracking his knuckles, asserting dominance. That's what that means. That's what he's doing in some sense. Okay? If you read, hey, Nellie's in the house. What's going on? Right, exactly, Nellie. Thank you for joining us today. Good to see you. I hope you're doing wonderful. So this is what I'm saying. Like, listening to what she's saying, paying attention to him. This is just crazy to me, you guys. Octavia Altaus, good to see you. In the police report, she said she was getting up and getting dressed at 8, right? Absolutely, Nellie. It's wonderful to see you again. Agreed, CL. Angel says, I do not feel she's scared of him. I feel it is disgust. Right. Okay. It couldn't be either one of those. disgust, resentment, etc. But why is she covering for him? There's got to be a reason that she's covering for him if that's the case, if that's what she's doing. Do you see what I'm saying? It's either got to be out of fear or some form of involvement, which is too disgusting to think about to me, okay? So I don't know where to go with that. That's why I'm so torn with this, you guys. Yeah, I agree, Michelle. That's the one that we watched earlier. Right, exactly, Shelly. And I can see where you're coming from with that, CL. I think so, Nelly. I do think so. I've been thinking that because I don't think she saw her that morning. I think that was a lie. I think police let her believe there was CCTV video. Agreed, Salty. I do agree with that. Noni McPoppins, good to see you. All right, I'll go on.
I'm maybe thinking she took a walk. Maybe she decided to walk to my mom's office, which is pretty close to the school as well. Drove around and I didn't see anything. I drove back to the school. The school was closed. I emailed one of her teachers. They confirmed that she was absent all day. At that point is when I called 911 because I realized something was truly wrong.
Have you heard from like any of her friends? Has she been active on any social media?
She hasn't been active on social media, none of her chats, none of her games. We did contact all her friends. None of them had seen her Monday or heard from her. Yeah, there's no update.
And I have to ask this, and I know I hate doing it, but is she the type that would run away? Has this happened in the past or anything? Has she ever threatened to run away?
Never. She's never ever mentioned anything like this before. And she's not the type to want to do this. She did accidentally leave her phone on Monday, which is kind of normal for her. She's got ADHD and very forgetful. So she left her phone at home, so there's no way to trace her. They tried tracing her school.
She's watching him again. You watch her eyes.
So she left her phone at home, so there's no way to trace her. They tried tracing her school laptop, but that's off, so it's not pinging to anything.
Jen, what is your fear? I know you mentioned she's on games and stuff. Do you think she could have like met somebody and tried to meet up with them?
She's open to us. She's open with us about, if she's got a crush with anyone, and she told us she had a crush on someone at school. And I looked at their messages. Nothing was weird. I looked at all of her messages, all of her deleted messages. Nothing seemed weird. It didn't seem like she was talking to anyone. So I don't feel like that's the case. I feel like she may have been taken.
One other very important thing, you guys. This was before anything went down. This is pretty fresh into the time that her daughter's missing, right? There's no emotion in this woman at all. There's no fear. No fear. She's not expressing any fear whatsoever, you guys. That's weird to me. Beyond weird to me. This is earlier on, and from the time that she went missing, neither one of them looked nervous. And I suspected him back then, okay? There's no fear in her voice. There's no shakiness to it. There's no desperation. Good way to put it, Leo. There's none of that, guys. She's super, like she's talking about watching a damn football game. Nothing. Nothing. You guys saw how I reacted when Caden didn't show up on the bus that day. I thought he was supposed to. My voice immediately elevated. I had a shaky tone to it. I was nervous and I was flipping out. Now everybody acts different. I get it, but there's none of that with her. Not even a little bit. It's weird, as if she already knew. It's just an assumption, folks. It's pure speculation because everything we talk about here is purely alleged and absolute speculation. But at the same time, just telling you guys.
Because this is not like her at all to just disappear and not tell us, not let us know where she's going or who she's with. Yeah.
What are you getting from law enforcement? I mean, are they actively searching for her? I mean, what happens now? I mean, especially that she doesn't have her phone with her.
So as far as I know, they're conducting a search around the school, behind the school. There's a Shingle Creek.
Now, please remember something, you guys. Maddie had made there was a comment on her phone that stated when she turned 13, she was moving to the woods. Again, I said this then. What 13-year-old little girl wants to live in the woods? What makes her not want to live in this household? I said that then too. Okay. That's a weird statement. And I think that could have been the trigger that set him off. Okay. That's my opinion. Very much my opinion. And how many 13-year-old girls are going to leave their phone at home, you guys? Come on. The women, most of them, not all of them, are very much attached to their phones. I'm just saying. Very much. Thank you, buddy. So just saying.
Wooded path area that you could walk. It's a hiking path. They are going back there with their canine dogs. They've taken a piece of her clothing to see if they can trace her scent. They're also taking their own vehicles. I'm not sure what type of vehicles, but they're going into the woods to search for her. But I don't feel like that's going to find anything right now. We've had people all day on that trail sending us photos to see if anything there looks familiar and like her personal belongings, and nothing is hers. So I'm not sure where to go from here. I'm just contacting the news to get the word out, to get some help, because I'm desperate. I'm a wreck right now.
So you think that she's been taken against her will?
I do think so, yes.
As a mom, what's your mother's intuition telling you right now?
I'm trying to hope for the best, but I'm scared for her. I want her to be okay, and I want her to be safe. I don't want her to come back harmed. I just want her back, whatever that means. I just want her back.
Are you getting any updates from law enforcement? I mean, yes, they're searching that small area, but have they gotten any hits on any scent or anything like that?
They haven't let me know anything. They haven't updated me since I spoke to them this morning. I've contacted them to get some information or to give them some leads, but I've heard nothing back.
And Jen, there's no way that she, just being, a teenager, was like, maybe had a fight with you or an argument with you and was like, you know what, I'm going to go hang out at so-and-so's house and teach her a lesson. Could that be a scenario?
I don't believe so. We actually haven't gotten into a fight in like a few weeks, or arguments or anything like that. If anything, on Sunday, she celebrated her 13th birthday with my entire family, and she had the best day.
Everybody but her. The entire family but her.
She was so happy. She showed us all her gifts. She's just a happy girl, and she showed it on Sunday night when she went to bed. She was so happy. So, she had the best day. I just, there was no moment in that evening from when she got home from the party that she had her phone or had the laptop. She went straight to getting ready and went to bed. So I know she didn't have any conversations with anyone.
They've been together since Maddie was 7 years old, Nellie.
She didn't make plans with anyone. I didn't see any of that.
So she's spent the whole Sunday celebrating her 13th birthday. Was her 13th birthday on that Sunday, or that was just like the time you guys were celebrating?
That was the time we were celebrating. Her birthday was on Thursday, the 22nd.
Okay,
She just turned 13.
But that's just so heartbreaking to be celebrating her 13th birthday, and then the very next day, that's gone. The last you've seen of her.
Yeah.
I mean, where do you go now? Are you gonna go out there and search or look, or what is are you sticking by?
And why wasn't she already out there looking? Another question I had. Neither one of them were. I asked that question the day I saw this interview. Why are you doing an interview and you're not out looking and haven't been? Because you already know. Sorry.
Phone? Are you know, what are you doing?
I'm staying at home, staying by the phone, hoping she just appears. I know my entire family is out looking. They've all spread a bunch of flyers. I've had people contact me that they've gone to the international airport to spread flyers, to Amtrak, to Greyhound, just any way that
Everybody
if someone's
but her.
taken her and they're
You don't need to stay home to stay by the phone. We have cell phones. They're mobile. Bullshit. Sorry.
trying to take her, just to show her face, just to make sure, you know, she's not being taken against her will.
And you mentioned ADHD. Was there anything else maybe mentally going on, or that you knew of?
She does suffer from anxiety, and once upon a time she was diagnosed with autism. We had her what's the word?
Screened, maybe?
Reevaluated.
Okay.
We had her reevaluated a few months ago, actually, and they told
I wonder when the anxiety started. Maybe around when she was 11, possibly. That's my question.
us no, she didn't have autism, but she did have some autistic traits. She did have ADHD, some autistic traits, but not autism. So I'm not sure where to leave with that, because one doctor said she did and one doctor saying she doesn't, and I don't know. She's just in the middle, I guess. Because she does have some tendencies, but socially she's pretty great. So I'm not sure.
And with the video that you were able to see whenever your boyfriend dropped her off, where was that? Which video? Was that a surveillance camera?
It was a surveillance camera from the church, Peace Church, right next to Hunters Creek Middle School.
And do you have that video?
I don't have that. They didn't show me. They wouldn't show me. It was actually my sister was the one at location, and they were letting her know what they saw on camera.
Okay.
But they didn't show it to any of us.
Got it. Okay. Jen, is there anything else that you'd like to add?
Please, 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 if you have any information, contact me, contact law enforcement. Any information helps. Maddie, if you see this, please come home. Please be safe. I love you very much. If you have my Maddie, please just let her come home.
This
We
is
just
fake
want her
too.
home.
That's fake. I'm sorry, but that's fake. That very end part was horribly fake. That was horrific. I'm sorry, but I'm sick over this, guys, watching this after what I saw and read. Okay, now one second. Okay, so we're gonna watch these two interviews again. Okay, not connected to the show though, and I want you guys to pay attention to these as well and see the things. And I'll stop it here and there to show you what I'm talking about. Pretty interesting to me.
Question is if I can have your first, your last name, and spell them both out for.
And as you can tell, she's bouncing already. That leg is going 100 miles an hour. She's bouncing her leg like crazy. Okay.
Okay. Jennifer Soto, JENNIFER SOTO.
Mother.
Mother.
Jennifer, Tell me how you feel right now.
I feel like I can't breathe. All I keep thinking about is, where is she? Is she safe? Is she okay? But we're all a wreck. My entire family is a mess. We're just so worried.
When did you first realize, or when did you file a missing report?
We filed a missing report. We called the police at like 4:45 yesterday, 4:45 p.m. But she actually went missing early that morning, around between 8:45 and 9 o'clock in the morning. She went missing. We had dropped her off close to the school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way. Sorry. That should be it. Sorry about that. We dropped her off at school, close to school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way.
I think that came from a phone or something that he was doing in the background. Almost like he did it on purpose to distract her.
She wanted to walk the rest of the way. I'm not sure what I'm allowed to share.
You share whatever you feel comfortable.
And I want you guys to see something. When that noise happens, it's almost like she goes out of character, and then you can almost watch her put herself back into character. She like takes a breath and goes, and then all of a sudden there's sad mom again. No lie. Watch this, you guys. You can see it if you watch it.
Sharing. I know you had conversations with detectives. Not sure what that conversation is, but whichever you feel comfortable sharing, that we'll put the awareness out there.
Yeah, she was spotted walking by the church, by the middle school, on the cameras. They saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m. heading towards the school, but she never made it.
What has the school said? Have you been in contact with the school?
Yes, that they're doing everything they can. They've given me all their resources. The principals called me. They've looked at their cameras. I don't think they've caught anything on the cameras is too far away from the sidewalk. Everything is too grainy, so they can't see specific faces. But they've looked. I'm just waiting to hear anything else from them.
Is this normal behavior?
But she never.
Sharing. I know you had conversations with detectives. Not sure what that conversation is, but whichever you feel comfortable sharing, that we'll put the awareness out there.
Yeah, she was spotted walking by the church, by the middle school, on the cameras. They saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m. heading towards the school, but she never made it.
What has the school said? Have you been in contact with the school?
Yeah, 8 o'clock in the morning she went missing. We had dropped her off close to the school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way. Sorry.
We dropped her off at school.
There it was. Did you see that? How she just kind of put herself back into character? I'm telling you, right there. Something else my wife noticed too.
We dropped her off at school, close to school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way.
And I saw the smile for
I'm
sure.
not sure what I'm allowed to share.
You share whatever you feel comfortable sharing. I know you had conversations with detectives. Not sure what that conversation is, but whichever you feel comfortable sharing, that will put the awareness out there.
Yeah, she was spotted walking by the church, by the middle school on the cameras. They saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m. heading towards the school, but she never made it.
What has the school said? Have you given in contact with the school?
Yes, that they're doing everything they can. They've given me all their resources. The principals called me. They've looked at their cameras. I don't think they've caught anything on the cameras is too far away from the sidewalk. Everything is too grainy, so they can't see specific faces. But they've looked. I'm just waiting to hear anything else from them.
Is this normal behavior?
Not
to
at all.
just not show up or call or text or anything?
Not at all, no. She, from time to time, she will leave her cell phone at home accidentally, and that's actually what happened yesterday. She left her phone at home. She went to school. But that happens from time to time. She's got ADHD, her memory. She's very forgetful. So yeah, there's no way to track her right now because the detectives now have her phone. But this isn't normal behavior now.
What was the last thing, I guess, the conversation that you two had, you and your daughter?
We spoke about her birthday party. She had a birthday party on Sunday. She had a great time. I couldn't make it because I was working, but she had an amazing time. She was so happy with all her gifts. I told her good night, and yeah, that was it. I wasn't the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner. Yeah.
13?
She's 13 years old. Yes.
13, Madeline?
Madeline.
What are you thinking right now?
In my heart, I feel like somebody took her. This isn't like her to just pick up and run away, or just not go to school. I don't know what to think.
Friends, the friends' parents, you've contacted and went through
Everyone.
every single person?
Everyone that we know that she knows, we've contacted them all, reached out to them. The parents have gone out to search and look for her as well. And we haven't come up with anything yet.
I've seen a lot of posts on Facebook, Hunters Creek, rants and raves and what have you. Did people say that they were going to conduct some type of like search party or anything?
A lot of people have asked me to volunteer, like if there is one, if they can do one. I have people passing out flyers, going to every store in that vicinity, gas station, church. I think people were being stopped in the street this morning in front of the school to see if they've seen anything, if they've heard anything. My family they're going all out right now. Yeah.
I know as a mother, a lot is going on in your brain.
So much.
To bring her back home. What have the law enforcement told you that you are able to share?
I mean,
that they're doing the best they can. They've had detectives come out, interview us. They took a piece of her clothing for the canine dog to see if they can sniff her out. I'm not sure when that's being done.
Do you have any inkling where she possibly could be? Like if you would say, okay, last time I went to work and came back, she was at James' house or Sabrina's house, and maybe I forgot to check that house, or she played at this park one weekend, maybe she went back there or something like that.
We've looked everywhere we could have thought, and anywhere she would have been. She would have known to wait for me at the school. But we did check where if she could have walked. My mom's office is close to the school. We checked there. We checked the walking paths that she could have taken. We've checked all of her friend's house. I think we've checked everywhere I could think of, honestly.
What do you think? Oh gosh, I just had it tip of my tongue. What was she wearing?
She was last seen wearing a green hoodie, black shorts, white Crocs, a black JanSport backpack with gray hibiscus flowers on it.
How does she know all that? I'm curious. Just out of curiosity, how does she know exactly what she had on that day?
And you said this is not like her.
Not at all.
To even run away, an argument, anything like that to provoke her?
She's never done anything like this, no. And we haven't had any arguments recently to have this outcome.
What school?
Hunters Creek Middle School.
Tom, any questions?
No.
Is there anything that you think our viewers would need to know about the way you're feeling, the way the family's feeling, Madeline?
We are desperate for any answers, anything that you could do to help. I'm here for it.
Exactly my point.
Please, if you see my daughter, just please bring her home. I just hope you're okay, Maddie. I hope you're safe. I hope you're not hurt.
Now, right there, when she's saying those things, I hope you're safe. I hope you're not hurt. All of that. To say those things, you have to speak those. You have to think those things. To think those things as a mother is going to upset her. It didn't. There was no change. Okay. Any mother that's going to say, I hope you're okay. I hope you're not hurt. Saying, I hope you're not hurt. A mother's going to get upset like that, thinking that that child could be hurt. Boom. It's going to start something. It didn't.
I just hope she's okay.
When did you notice that she was missing? Because this was at the beginning of the morning.
She got dropped off in the morning. We did not notice until after school pickup at 4 o'clock when I went to go pick her up and she wasn't at school.
So we're going in 24 hours now.
Yeah.
Just about.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Nothing. No word. No text message. No messages anywhere from her. I've looked at all her social medias. I've looked at all her games she could have played with. Any app. No weird conversations. Nothing strange. Everything was conversations with just normal friends or us.
She knows how to get home by herself, as if, like, let's just say, take a bus or an Uber or something like that. She would know how to get home alone, correct?
I'm not sure. I don't know if she would know how to get home. Maybe, I mean, I'm thinking if someone got in the car with her and if she pointed the way, what roads, she probably could figure out how to get, but like, does she know her full address? I don't think she does.
Which would give me it just puts in my brain that she always comes home with someone.
She always comes home with
It's your fault as a parent for not teaching her that.
Okay.
We've always taught our kids that.
He said no, Tom? He knows everything. All right. The first question is if I can get your first and last name and spell them both out for me.
Stephen Stearns,
Get the character, bud. Get the character.
STERNS.
All right. So, Stephen, you seem very emotional right now. Explain to us.
I dropped her off. Everything looked fine when I drove away. It's the last time we saw her.
What were the conversations that y'all had in the car when you dropped her off?
Not much. She was asleep for most of the way. Told her have a good day at school when she got out, and I love her. She said thanks, love you too. That was it.
And so, where do you think she could possibly be? I mean, this isn't, as I was told, this isn't normal behavior.
This is not normal behavior. She's not the type that would just run off. We don't know where she can be. And we're scared. We just want her home.
Now, one big thing I want to point out to you guys. Okay. You guys notice that they didn't do an interview together ever? None of the times they were interviewed, they were both there, but they never did an interview side by side together. Not once. And they very well could have done where they sat them both down and interviewed them both together. They didn't do it. And I don't know. I'd like to know if it was because these two didn't want to do it or if it was because the news channel didn't want them to do it. I'm going to venture to say that those two didn't want to do it. Because why would you not put them together and have them speak that way? Okay? That's what I'm saying.
Are you, in a sense, blaming yourself?
It's hard not to.
Why?
I dropped her off early. I could have waited longer. She looked okay. She was walking towards the school when I saw her. It was like any other day, so I went on with my day. It's hard not to blame myself.
What has the conversation been with Jen since?
She's been a lot stronger than me. She's been holding it together really well. And it just keeps coming in waves. Just the reality keeps hitting. We don't know where she is. We don't know if she's safe. We're just scared. We just want her home.
Have you, like, literally put boots on the ground, went out?
Yeah, I even went out with the cops where I had dropped her off. And we looked all up and down the road, all along communities. And
I can imagine
this.
Yes.
Nothing helpful. None of the cameras were pointing the street. Nothing, which in 2024 was surprising. The church across the street had some cameras, and they mentioned seeing her waiting around in the parking lot for a while before moving on, and that was it. But it was grainy. It was grainy footage, and not much else.
Does it seem like she walked west, east?
They said in the direction of the school. I'm not sure what that is.
What was the language? Not language verbally, language, body language. When you dropped her off, did she seem happy? Was she like, I'm going to meet my friends?
Happy. She got a happy weekend. She just turned 13. She had her 13th birthday party. She was happy that we were all together here, and she was just very happy. She was a happy kid. She's very sweet. She's a very sweet girl. She brings a lot of joy to us, and we just not knowing.
So the unknown is killing you.
Yeah, it's like our whole world is upside down. Not feeling her presence here is. Sorry. It's hard.
For what? You didn't do anything.
You're fine. You didn't need to apologize. What do you want our viewers?
Welcome,
to know
DC. Thank you
when
for
they see
joining us.
when they see
Great
this?
to have you here.
She's a sweetheart. She's a very sweet, kind girl. Just please be nice to her. Bring her home if you find her. Tell her that we love her. Wherever she is, I hope she's okay.
I mean, if someone were to come in contact with her and you gave me her diagnoses,
You're not even good.
Would
Not even
it be
good.
easy to approach her without any like agitation or anything?
Yeah, yeah. She's a good kid. She's a good kid.
If you can sum up in one complete sentence, waking up, getting ready to drop her off at school, dropping her off at school, to now speaking to me after talking to the police about her being missing for over 24 hours right now. In one complete sentence, what would that be?
A living nightmare. It's a living nightmare. Day started off like any other. I just want to wake up.
We're going to that next, Chad.
You just get hit with waves of the reality, just it's setting in. As soon as it got dark last night, we started falling apart because we knew it wasn't going to come to an end. And now we're going on 24 hours and still nothing. Just conflicting reports here and there. People say they see this or that. None of it's conclusive and none of it's helpful. We just want a baby girl back.
Tom, any questions?
No, I'm good.
Thank you.
We're learning new details on the case of Madeline Soto.
According to documents obtained by WESH 2, Soto's mother's boyfriend, Stefan Stearns, was abusing her for nearly 2 years. WESH 2's Haley Grumblehome breaks down what they found and how a therapist says you can spot signs of abuse. Haley.
So while law enforcement had initially found evidence that Stearns had been abusing Madeline when she was 12, this latest arrest affidavit that we obtained breaks down how they were able to determine that the abuse went back even further. An arrest affidavit for Stefan Stearns says he allowed law enforcement to search his phone, but said he had accidentally done a factory reset on it the day Madeline disappeared. Despite the reset, investigators say they were able to get videos and images off of the phone. And metadata showed some of what they found was from August of 2022, when Madeline would have been 11.
Mr. Stearns is aware of what he's been arrested for.
Stearns is now in the Osceola County Jail being held on charges of sexual battery and possession of child sexual abuse material. A therapist says it's important to talk to your kids about abuse, even if you think you don't need to.
Some family members or some parents feel they're doing everything that they can to protect their children, so it doesn't come to mind to even ask those questions.
Charlotte McCullough, a licensed marriage and family therapist, says there can be certain indicators that something can be happening with your child.
Specifically for sexual abuse, things like mistrust, things like not wanting to be alone with a certain person, things like knowing about sexual things that's inappropriate for their age.
She says indicators of emotional abuse can be depression, low self-esteem, and a lack of personal hygiene.
When your child shuts down or becomes withdrawn, that is the time to lean in, not from an aggressive perspective, but from a caring perspective, and just talking to them, normalizing talking to your teens about everything, including abuse.
Stearns is being held here at the Osceola County Jail on no bond for the charges he is facing. He has not been charged in connection with Madeline's death. If you know or suspect someone is being abused, we've posted information on the Florida Abuse Hotline on WESH.com. Live in Osceola County, Haley Grumblehome, WESH 2 News.
All right. So that's kind of what I wanted to look at today. I wanted you guys to see that stuff as far as that's concerned. Because I really have some issues with her as well now. Okay. I have a lot of questions. I'll just put it that way. And I'm really uncomfortable with her at this point. And I don't know what it would take for me to not be. I'll just put it that way. I'm going to move forward a little bit to pull up some updates on Sebastian's case. Give me a second here. But like I said, guys, if you have any questions about what we just talked about, anything to add to it, let me know before we end today. Give me a second here. 1 second here. Okay. Let's see here. Alrighty, here we go. You guys, just give me 1 second. I'll have this up and ready. Okay, so this is from 22 hours ago. Sorry, guys. Microphone's not working. I know, Bonnie. I've heard that a lot. Most of you guys probably saw this.
Coaster ride of helpless and hopeless. We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop.
Okay, that's not the one I thought it was. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong one, you guys. I have 3 of them in here. 2 of them look identical, so my apologies.
A missing teen in Sumner County described to us exclusively how they feel on day 8 of their son's disappearance. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Marius Payton.
And I'm Lauren Lowry. Sebastian Rogers is 15. He was last seen by his parents on February 25th in Hendersonville. Sebastian has autism, and he's gone without his medication this whole time. And since then, authorities have searched by air, by foot, and on horseback.
Helicopters, drones, and dive teams have also been brought in to try to find him. Today, his parents spoke exclusively to our Holly Thompson.
She's live tonight in Sumner County. Holly, I imagine it was quite an emotional interview.
certainly was. It is hard for any of us to imagine the emotions that this family is going through right now. But we know one thing is certain. They remain positive. They are holding on to hope that their son Sebastian will return home safely.
Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at.
Mom Katie broke down several times in our interview, but says her hope is strong that her son Sebastian will be found safe and return home.
He's going to walk through that door, and this street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
Stepdad Chris says it's been an emotional roller coaster that all started Sunday night, February 25th.
Pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you."
Katie says she went to wake up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Monday for school, and he was gone. Within minutes, Katie says she was on the phone with Chris, who was working out of town, and they quickly called 911.
And he's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means.
Katie and Chris say Sebastian is not on social media. While he loves to play Minecraft, they tell me he does not have any online capabilities. I asked if there was any reason he might want to leave.
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking.
It's as if Sebastian vanished. No sign of him on any video throughout the community. Thousands of miles logged by law enforcement, canines, helicopters, even dive teams, and no sign of him. Chris and Katie tell me they've been harassed, people pointing fingers at them.
You're not in this situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different wide open view, and not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts.
Are you both in the clear?
I can tell you that Mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board. We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided.
What do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
That we love you so much and we want you to come home and you're not in trouble.
Now, Katie did tell me that even though Sebastian does have autism, he is a smart teenager. He is highly functional. They say if you see him, say his name, say Sebastian, and he'll respond. He'll at least acknowledge you. And I can tell you, this is my home. This is my community. And the people here are strong. They say they will continue to search. They will continue to hope and continue to pray for Sebastian's safe return. And by the way, you can watch my full exclusive interview with Sebastian's parents on our WSMV4 app. Live here in Hendersonville, Holly Thompson, WSMV4. Back.
Okay, guys. Yeah, there's more to it, MB. I know. I was going to go to that too. I just wanted to show that. No, I agree, Brittany. I don't understand that. And I showed you guys the other day. We went over where there was a bloodhound that took his scent and was tracking it. Okay, and it went to the road and stopped. It turned around, went back to the driveway, the end of the driveway, and stopped, and went back to the other side of the road and stopped again. It stayed right there. Me personally, and I only reason why I've seen this happen in real life, guys, I've been on calls where they've been looking for kids and they bring dogs out and we're there, okay, as EMS. And I've watched how these dogs work. I've talked to people that do it, you know what I mean? And so on and so forth. The scent stopped there. So that tells me he either got into a car or was driven out of that driveway in a car. Period. That's why I don't think anybody's seen him on a camera. And that's my that is my full opinion, guys, wholeheartedly on this. That's why this is so strange. And there's just like with Kaylee Kinder's case, there's nobody's seen her or him. That doesn't make sense to me. If this child walked out of this house and down the road through this neighborhood, there's most everybody has cameras nowadays. Somebody's gonna see him. Nobody saw him. That's what's crazy with this, okay? I don't know how else to look at it, you guys. And it bothers me. I told you guys the other day when I got emotional, this child is my son. They're the same child, and it bugs me deep inside about this. So I just don't know how to look at this. I don't. Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna. Yeah, you did. You have.
Yeah. That made my day.
It wasn't even you. It was the little
boop.
That noise. Yeah, I can't even do it without my finger. But anyway, hi. How are you? Thank you for joining us.
Hi, I'm tired and I have a headache, but I'm good.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, well, if the weather would decide whether it wants to be 80 degrees or 40 degrees would help.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't help, does it?
No, it really doesn't.
Not at all. All right, give me something here. Trying to find something here. 1 second here. Bear with me. Thank you for joining me today. I didn't expect you to, but
Yeah, I just had to get home and let the dog walk me and, you know,
I'm glad you're
get
here.
situated. Yeah. I was debating. I was like, well, he's already been live for 2 hours. So I didn't know how much longer you were going to be, but I was like,
Oh, yeah, I got a little
there anyway.
We got some time still, so good. Thank you. Where is it? Okay. Here we go.
In DC, I believe that.
What's that?
420,000 children a year go missing in America.
Yeah.
Each year.
I showed last night Ohio's statistics for it. It's horrible. Even worse than it was over the summer when you remember when I went nuts because those 40 kids went missing in 2 weeks. It's like 15. Mikey was in here and he commented on, I think it was like 15,000 in like a year. It's insane. It's ridiculous. All right, hold on. I'm trying to get this up and load and it's not working for me.
That's crazy, Mikey. That's too many.
Yeah, there's the number right there. It's saddening. It's scary.
Yeah.
My child's 17 years old. He's almost a grown man, and I sit on top of him because of that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Caden can handle himself. He could. I wish somebody would try to grab him because he'd probably, you know what I mean? He's big.
Right.
So,
yeah.
But it's just the point. the whole point behind it.
That's why I'm glad my kids are homebodies.
Mm-hmm. He is too, for the most part, but he's not always going to be that way.
Right. Yeah, I'm not in any hurry whatsoever for them to leave the house.
Nope. Not even close. Okay, here we go. So you were right about that. There are multiple parts to this. Where's it at? All right, so bear with me, guys. What I wanted to tell you guys. Okay, this is the second part of the interview with them. This should be the full thing without the other parts involved in it. That's what I was trying to get to you guys. So here we go.
In that day that you think back, and there might have been a reason he was possibly upset or something outside that could have enticed him to go outside. Was there anything that came to mind?
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out.
Thank you.
He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving. Make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or he'd been in trouble, but he hadn't been in trouble. The $1 million question, why did he go? And the other $1 million question is how.
What about social media? Is there anything that, anyone he could have contacted? I understand he was somewhat of a gamer, or what was he? There was a video game he loved, right?
Minecraft. He loves Minecraft. The game that he has is not online. He has the Switch.
We don't, because of how social media can be, he doesn't have accessibility to communicate with folks on internet. I mean, we have a firm belief that we just don't feel that right now he's capable of having that kind of responsibility. So, I mean, his phone is locked down, his computers, his gaming. He doesn't have a gamer tag. He doesn't have online capabilities with games. I mean,
We've combed every electronic. I
mean, we've cooperated with all the authorities as far as anything they've asked us to provide, we've provided, and still just don't have any answers.
There are sort of.
Did he have any friends?
You can get online with it if you have access.
Contacted him in some way on his phone?
All his friends at school have been questioned to my knowledge, and none of them knew anything.
With this big question mark. He's vanished.
Yes, ma'am.
And no one can figure out where or why. All right. So let's talk too about the relationship involved, because the biological father is very much involved in Sebastian's life as well.
Yes, ma'am. Very much.
Right. And how would you describe that relationship, the two of them and the four of you?
It's relatively good. I mean, we talk regularly. He talks to his son on a regular basis, sees him on a regular basis. He's involved in school and therapy. And I mean, he doesn't have any extracurricular activities, but I can tell you now, if he did, his dad would be in the front row.
In two different households, and the communication between the three of us is great. I mean, yes, we're just like every parent. We all have our disagreements, but in the end, we come together as a team and we work and we come up with solutions that as we best see fit. I mean, I'm almost in contact with him almost daily.
Let's talk about Sebastian. Tell me about Sebastian. How would you describe him?
Sweet, stubborn, He loves to help. He loves running, and he loves to play his games and his fidgets. And
Annie, this is his natural mother and his stepfather.
Uno, Lord, that's one of his favorite games right now.
It's okay, Tamara. No worries. This is the Sebastian Rogers case. I'm going back to Madeline Soto. I just wanted to give the updates on this real quick too. But don't worry, we're going back to talk a little bit more about Madeline too. Don't worry.
Favorite color is green.
Does he love music?
Oh, God, he loves music.
An eclectic taste.
I
An
mean,
eclectic. I mean, from as everybody knows, Eye of the Tiger to Eddie Vedder.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So we got Pearl Jam on one hand, we've got Survivor on the other over here, we've got Taylor Swift, and
he's got a big crush on her. I mean, country, rock,
no hip hop.
classic.
We don't allow the hip hop.
Well, he doesn't really
Well, I
get
say
into it
rap and
anyways.
things.
You mentioned he loved running. So did he love the outdoors at all? I mean, would something outside that was somewhat outdoorsy be enticing to
So-
him or pull him outdoors?
He loves, like, when
Hey, Will, how are you,
when we were in
buddy?
California,
Thanks for joining us.
the school had this lap thing to gain money. It was a fundraiser, and every year I did this many laps. I did this many laps. I mean, I've got T-shirts where they would write on his back every time the kids went around. They'd mark a mark on the back, and they'd keep running. And he just had marks all the way across his back. He likes playgrounds. He hates being dirty. He don't like being dirty.
Yeah, he's not your tomboy style child where he goes outside and plays in the mud.
He loves animals, but he's terrified of bugs.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, even a fly, and he's like, oh!
Meet Lucy. Sadly, Lucy had a bad ACL that left her unable to take a simple walk without a dog lift and leg brace. In 2017,
Kevin Wayne is a gentle giant. He's a 450-pound pig who loves taking walks, meeting new people, and more than anything...
What is this?
What is this? What happened? Oh, I know what happened. I know what happened.
You're at the controls, dude.
I know what happened. I forgot. This is a multi-level video. Hold on. I have to go back to the third part now. That's the problem. They jump in it when it's over, it doesn't say it's over. It just stops. So
oh, good grief.
Part 3. Sorry, guys. So there's a pig, guys. Do you see the pig?
I'm like, what the hell is going on? Why?
Right.
Why am I looking at Lucy, and who is this pig?
My Lord, come on. I don't want TurboTax. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. My apologies, everybody. And then when this ends, I'll go to the next part. My apologies. All right, here we go.
Because he's highly functioning. I know you all have described him as having a form of autism.
He does.
But just describe that to our viewers too, as far as his way of thinking of things and maybe how determined he was about certain things or his mindset.
He's got a stubborn mindset. If he believes it's this,
he gets on a one-man track, and he is just on it, and he is all about it.
But I mean, he's very smart.
He's
I mean,
smart.
he can play chess. He can beat adults in chess.
Wow.
So
he loves playing games.
What about navigation? Like, did he have a sense of direction? Do you think he could have possibly even hitched a ride or gotten a ride on a bus or some sort of transportation?
that is a speculation that we don't have an answer for. Just directionally, he knows he could guide you from our house to his dad's house.
Yeah.
He could get from like this house. I think he can make it up to Culver's ice cream.
He can go to Culver's.
Oh, boy loves
He
a
knows
malt.
where Culver's is because Culver's has malt.
Uh-huh.
He loves malt, extra malt. Every time, extra malt.
Now, how far away does his dad live?
Clarksville. His dad lives up by Clarksville.
So he could guide someone all the way to Clarksville.
Mhm.
Oh, wow. Okay. So a pretty keen sense of direction, at least with certain things.
Familiar routes.
Yes.
Familiar routes.
Familiar
I
routes.
mean, if I took him another route going
He
this way,
takes
he would
it.
not know it.
He goes up there so often that he knows how to get to his daddy's. We know that.
His dad works with him as far as, well, we're going this way, we're going that way, and keeps the same thing, and it works out. So,
Let's talk too, because earlier, Chris, you and I were talking, and you were saying that there are a lot of people who are harassing both of you. What, of any of that, do you want to address? What do you want to say to any of these people?
Absolutely, Brittany.
You don't know. And I don't wish you to ever know.
I would say it like this. Everybody has an opinion, and it's perfectly okay to have that opinion, but you're not in this situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different wide open view, and not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts. If they have questions, all they have to do is ask.
And I pray genuinely that no one ever goes through this.
Just be kind to people. I mean, it's real simple.
There are some people who have been talking, because I know this is part of the harassment. Is there anything you want to address about this child custody situation with the previous?
So I have a current case that is ongoing in another state. We've requested that case to be sealed because there are some individuals who have taken upon themselves to put stuff out there that they don't quite know, which all they have to do is ask, I'll tell you. But because of that, it has nothing to do with our son. It has nothing to do with the situation. I just, people would respect that and then keep an open mind. It's totally different.
Is Sebastian able to watch this? And maybe he's watching this as it airs. And if he is, what do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
Oh, gosh. That we love you so much and we want you to come home and you're not in trouble.
I guarantee you he is loved. And trust me, the open arms are waiting for him to come home. From every parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community. But there's no malice. We just want our boy home. Bad. Badly. But
That mama's heart, I know it's daddy's too, but I feel like there's always that extra special bond. Can you walk us through what you're thinking?
This is the stepfather, everybody. This is his stepfather. His biological father works for the deputy. He's a sheriff. Deputy sheriff. I think it's in Nashville, I believe.
Right now.
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at. I don't know where he's at.
Let's talk about the community, because I want you all to know, even my church body, I mean, we're all praying. We're all praying for his safe return quickly. What do you all want to say to the community?
Thank you.
with everything from the bottom of our hearts. I would not have imagined how far this has gotten, but there's no way to repay the gratitude, the love that we felt from the community, the prayers. But thank you.
But
from the
don't
bottom of our
stop
hearts.
looking.
Yeah, please.
My son is somewhere.
This ain't
Bring
over
him
until he's home.
No more pigs. Hold on. Brittany, would you be interested in jumping up here and having a conversation with us, since you live in that area there, and talking to us about, how maybe things are around there right now and so on and so forth? You're welcome to jump up here and talk with us. If you want, let me know. I'll drop a link for you, and we'd love to hear from you. Honestly, if you live in that neighborhood, that'd be amazing. Hold on, folks. And you don't have to show your face, Brittany. You can keep it like this with just an icon. It would just be your voice. Or if it's easier for you, I could have you call in. I can open up the phone lines. You could call in to talk to us about it. It's up to you. Whatever you're comfortable with. It's usually easier to do it like this, but whatever, we'd love to hear from you either way. Not yet, Moonlit. There's still no good news with Haley yet, Brandy's niece. Just let me know, Brittany, what you'd be interested in doing.
Let's mention, it's been on the search itself, because we know thousands of miles have basically been
This is the
traced
last
and
part of the
retraced. We've got hundreds, we've got volunteers, we've got law enforcement from
Absolutely,
within the state, from outside of the state. I mean, do you feel like they're doing as much as they can? I mean, you all have been right there in the front seat, seeing everything that's underway.
As far as I know, they're doing everything. Anything and everything has been an option. They have brought in assets and resources
Awesome, Brittany. I'm looking forward to it.
Various counties, potentially other states. I mean, I don't know how much more they could do, but we're grateful for everything they have done.
They're amazing, but they still haven't brought my baby back.
Honestly, Cynthia, I don't get any kind of bad vibe from them. I don't get that feeling I got from the other.
Yeah, I don't either.
The mother seems wholeheartedly upset. This has been days now, okay? Now, this guy, I'm not saying that he's a bad person. Some people don't show their emotion all like me. I'm a crybaby. You guys know that. You've seen me. I break down. My emotions are right here in front of me constantly. Not every guy.
Yeah, like with my husband, he's more calm in a chaotic situation. Like he rolled his truck and he called me and said, "Hey, just wanted to let you know I rolled the truck and had to climb out the windshield." And I'm like, just nonchalant like that. And I'm like,
right. And that's what I'm
okay.
saying. Like yes, he's a strict parent. That's okay. Especially nowadays. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I don't visualize him being mean with Sebastian at all. I just feel that he's strict and he's afraid of social media, as most of us are with our kids now. But time goes on, you learn different things. But like I said, I don't think that I just think he just doesn't express his emotions like others do, right? That's all. Okay. he doesn't hesitate when he answers. It's right there. I think he's being honest with everything so far. I heard this interview on Duchess the other night that they gave with her. Now, I don't know if everything is, we don't know what's true or what's not, but I just, from what I'm hearing and seeing, I have no reason to think any different. But I have seen and heard things, and I have screenshots of other things that kind of made me think differently. He sounded completely different in this video versus the YouTube channel he was on the other day, not meaning anything bad. No, I absolutely, Brittany, I get it. That's why I want to speak to you, somebody that is outside of the family, that's around this, that sees what's going on publicly and so on and so forth, to get your opinion. I really would love to hear that. You know, different people handle things differently. He could just be horribly worried and doesn't, you know, this guy could have been raised by a parent that made it not okay for a boy or a male to express their emotions. I have friends that I grew up with that if you cry, you're not a man. You know what I mean? As compared to me, where I was taught it's okay to cry. Men cry. That's a normal thing. You know what I mean? That's how I was raised. Other people aren't always raised that way. So we don't know, guys. That doesn't mean anything bad for sure. Yeah, that's something that's interesting to me. But I don't know if it's because somebody pulled up and he had some kind of a way to talk to somebody and they picked him up. That's interesting to me. It's very, very interesting how that works and how the dog stops there. So I don't know. And that's a good point too, DC. I don't know that yet. And that's another thing. We don't know how this guy's acting when he's not on camera or when he's not doing this or doing that. You know what I mean? And his anger that he had that people were talking about could be because of the frustration of what's going on. Because that's one thing I'll tell you guys. When somebody's messing with me, and Mama Bear actually couldn't tell you that too a little bit. If somebody's messing with me or my family or people I care about, okay, I have a tendency to be a lot more vocal and a little bit not as nice as I am, like I am in here, because you're hurting me and I get defensive. When you attack people I care about, it's all on right now, folks. And I'll say words you don't hear me say. And I act a little different because I'm now defensive. I'm in defense mode. That's it. Period. Okay. So Rob doesn't express his emotions in public and seems almost hard-hearted, but in private he does. With us, Rob is just super private. See, that makes sense. I know a lot of people like that. I do. Now, like I said, I'm different. I'm a crybaby. You guys watched me the first listening to the interview from Duchess's channel. I broke down, but I have a personal reason too. That's a difference, because when I'm listening to them talk, their child is almost a carbon copy of my child. There's a difference of 2 years in age. Other than that, they're identical, all the way down to the eccentric music taste and all of that stuff. Again, Mama Bear can tell you, Molly could tell you, my child is identical to this child. It's scary. It's really bothering me because I know what I feel for my child and what he's been through. And I am listening to their story about him, and it's killing me, you guys. It's breaking my heart that this child is out alone somewhere, and what their feelings must be right now. That's what's making me have the emotions I'm having with it, honestly. And that's another good one, Octavia. He could be just trying to be strong for her because she's not doing very well. We can see that. I think she's composing herself because she is on camera for this interview, truthfully. And you can hear certain triggers that are setting her off too. I'm watching it. So I pray to God that this kid is okay. I really do. Because I think it's gonna set me back if something happens to him. I'll be honest with you.
Right.
I will.
He's out there somewhere. So it's basically, it's one day at a time, getting through this and bringing him home. What is the reaction to the fact that somehow his image, he hasn't been captured on any video?
I know that it was very dark that night. I mean, it gets dark around here at night in general, but so far we haven't found him on any camera footage to prove where he's at or where he's gone. I know that they're looking, and I went asking everybody and anybody that has cameras, trail cams, stores, to check, even from before he went missing, just to see if there's anything at all.
I understand there was a request for video, any sort of footage of Sebastian from earlier in the day on Sunday before he disappeared.
That I don't believe we can comment on right now. That is not something that I believe we're privy to at this point with law enforcement. That is something I would definitely direct back to them. But I mean, there's all kinds of requests out there. There's thousands of hours of video that they are combing, and we're just hoping they'll find something.
And I know this is so sensitive. What do you say to people who inevitably end up pointing their finger back at you? We were talking
Great point,
earlier.
Brittany.
And I mean, are you both in the clear?
I can tell you that Mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board. We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided. So cooperation is there. I mean,
What do you want to say to our viewers? Anybody who's watching, we've got a lot of folks in this community and in other counties just throughout the state as well. What do you want to say to them?
Help spread the word and keep searching, and thank you. And just if you think you see him, call him in.
thank all the viewers, everybody that's helped from across the board. I mean, everybody has been tremendous.
Call his name.
Yeah.
He'll answer, and if he doesn't answer, he'll look, even if he's not being verbal at the moment, because he can talk, but sometimes he don't talk. Call his name. Tell him to stay put.
He could be on the move, so keep checking your properties.
Yes. Like the search is never over until he comes home. That is for sure.
So smart.
But thank you for everything that everybody has done, has volunteered, the continuous efforts. I mean, it's like I said, I've never seen something to this magnitude before.
Our community is amazing.
We're all praying, hoping, and searching for Sebastian's safe return for that day. Thank you both for talking with me.
No more pigs. Pigs are still trying to jump up here. Okay, that was the end of that, guys. So Brittany says she's going to jump in here with us here shortly and give us a little talk about what's going on around there, which is very helpful. I appreciate that, Brittany. This one hits hard, guys. They all do, honestly. They all do, I'll be honest. I'm so sad for these people, the parents of these children, that they don't deserve this. I am right now, Miss Felicity. Thank you. Still there, Mama Burr?
Yeah, the dog's whining because he wants Matt to come home, and so I had to mute it.
Okay, I never saw that before. Felicity, that's interesting. She's definitely not. That's definitely not her. But unless this is a false account, you know what I mean? Interestingly enough, it is odd. I agree with you. That's what I was just thinking. Very odd. So, I'm going to jump back to something here real quick while we're waiting for Brittany as well. And I have seen nothing new yet in Elijah Boo's case, sadly. That really bugs me to no end, too. I wish he would just say what he wanted. Or, I'm sorry, not say what he wanted. What the hell am I talking about? I wish he would just say what he did with him. That's what I wish. One moment. All right, guys, hold on here. I'm trying to get this to load, and everything's fighting with me today. Everything. Okay. Now, so we all knew what this is. This is his Facebook, which I'm surprised they didn't lock this out yet. But hey,
Right?
you know.
Hmm.
Doesn't look like he's got much of anything in there. All these people are friends, but guess what? But they won't be now. Now, this is where it says that he's a cast member at Disney World, warranty manager production at Smart Build Homes, whatever. That's where it says that. I don't, like I said, I don't believe that Disney would claim him regardless. So that's just my thought on that, to be honest with you. One moment here. It looks like everybody's already gotten to him. Comment wise.
Yikes.
Is that her? Sure as hell looks like it in his glasses. That's sick. Wow. Dude. Okay. I never realized that before. that looks like her reflection in his glasses. That's creepy as shit.
Well, and he's got it. Looks like he's got his phone in his hand, taking a picture of her.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
Yeah. Wow, what a mess. Let's see, this guy's got black eyes. Satan himself. I never realized that. That creeps me the hell out. Right, Mikey? Good God. I know I'm jumping back and forth, guys. I don't want to confuse you guys. I'm just trying to cover everything. Cynthia says, in another channel, I heard a call from Steph friend who confirms that, yes, he was working at Disney. Okay, well, I mean, he could be. Like I said, Disney's never going to claim him. Not with the charges he's got against him. Never in hell, guys. You know that. That would be stupid of them. Completely stupid. I really hope they handle this when he gets to prison, if they don't already. Oddly, he doesn't really have a record other than speeding. And yeah, I know, Mike. That's what got me. He's never been caught. That's the problem. The guy's good enough to where he doesn't get caught. That's the problem. That's what's scary about this. You know what I mean? So, one moment. Let me go backwards here. That's not her.
Oh, that was sweet chemistry.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much for that, chemistry. I appreciate you very much. Yeah, that's what his lawyer, he avoided. Mama Bear told me about that the day it happened. I was sick about that too, because they should have forced it. That his attorney did not, they didn't have him go to his first hearing because they didn't want the charges read. Because there's going to be other inmates there from the county jail that are going to go back and say, homeboy's a pedo and he's going to get beat down. Period. That's just how that works, guys. So, Mikey says, I just noticed on Facebook that he was from Cali. Right. Stuff did come up with his name in Cali, but it didn't think to look at that either. And I'm sure. Again, thank you so much, Chemistry Queen. Not necessarily what states have they been spotted in. Right. Good point. That's some sad, sick stuff, guys. Absolutely, Becca. No worries. And thank you for being part of this community and part of this family. We appreciate you very much. Green lighted, right? So, I do believe the mother's last name is Soto as well, right? No. What the hell am I doing? Yeah. Isn't it Jennifer Soto? Or am I wrong? Past friend interviews sound like they haven't been friends with him in at least the last few years. Yeah, I listened to an interview with his friend that he grew up with, but they're not close now. Okay. So, right. Absolutely, Terry. That's true. Why did he leave California, though, Mikey? Okay. And come clear to Florida? something happened there. You know what I mean? I didn't think it was Soto Marie. Does anybody know what her last name was? I know her first name's Jennifer or Jen. Nope, negative, no records in Cali. Okay. Thank you, Marie. That explains why I couldn't find it. I was trying to find her Facebook account. It's been a struggle. Which that would explain it. Oh, okay. She changed her Facebook. Got you. I probably imagine she probably did. She changed her Facebook name. Okay. Thank you. I've been looking for it for days. Got you. Are you still here, Bear?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you could hear me or not.
Yeah, the dog just keeps whining and barking, so I just been keeping it muted till Matt gets home. Then he'll shut up.
Gotcha. No worries. One moment here. Mind the Monsters. That's awesome. Thank you for the info. Okay, I just looked and Jen no longer has her Facebook up. I wonder if the hate has gotten to her. She still has her Facebook up. Only thing is she changed her name and profile picture. Still friends with that monster. Facebook. Oh, okay, I see. Kind of bizarre to change your name and picture after your child's been found deceased, but I won't say anything until the facts are out. That's my point. Wow. Yeah, I think it is too. I think it's going to get really, really interesting in a bad way. A really bad way. This is just horrible.
Hey, Laura. Hey, AR.
So, just to show you guys here, I think I showed you guys, but I want to recover this for you guys real quick. 1 second. Okay.
And it's a lot harder to train a biomed than it is
Okay, just for those of you that didn't see any of this, I'm going to share this with you too real quick on this. Just because, hey, AR. So this was the emergency warrant request. This is the cover sheet for it. And this was when they were looking for him, okay? Or got to go at him to arrest him, I'm sorry. It's an emergency situation, which is why. So officers at Kissimmee Police Department are waiting to immediately, directly, instantly, and at once without delay proceed on this search warrant and arrest. I do monsters. You can also just do this if you want. You can send it to my email right there if you want to. Mind the monsters, that's fine. Okay. Sorry. Kissimmee Police Department recognizes that an emergency is an unforeseen combination of circumstances that calls for immediate action, and law enforcement should seek emergency duty judge intervention only in a rare, extreme circumstances where the law or totality of the circumstance requires immediate action. It must appear that urgent circumstances are present and that lack of immediate action would result in loss of evidence or imminent law escape of a suspect. So that could have happened if they wouldn't have done this, thank God. All right. So here we have, this is the affidavit for the arrest. It's got his address and all that stuff there. And the charges that he had here, he's going to have more charges, folks, quite a few more, I'm probably guessing. Sexual battery, which is one, the first one. C2 is possession of material sexual performance by a child. Again, these are the two charges that got him arrested. Your affiant, Detective Brian Moore, is a sworn law enforcement officer employed by Kissimmee Police Department, has been employed by said agency. Your affiant currently investigates crimes, city of Kissimmee, Florida. So the mother advised that her daughter's stepfather, Stephen Stearns, picked her up from home and dropped her off at Hunters Creek Middle School. So this is in the affidavit, you guys, that she stated this, okay? So with her saying we, she's telling them that Stephen Stearns picked her up from home and dropped her off at Hunters Creek Middle School. Where was he at that he didn't just take her from home? He went and picked her up from there. You know what I'm saying? That's weird to me. But anyway. And dropped her off at, there's the address. The mother then went to pick up the child from school at dismissal and learned blank never showed up to school, which is why I had a big deal about that phone call stuff, okay? An interview was conducted with blank blank Stephen Stearns, who advised he picked blank up and dropped her. So we're going to say that that's Maddie. Dropped her off in front of Peace United Methodist Preschool, which was down the street from the school at 0840 hours. Now, this doesn't mess with me, okay? Here's the thing. The mother said she saw her at 8 a.m. getting dressed, right or wrong. So why was the mother saying that she went and picked the girl up at the house, or that he said he went and picked the girl up at the house and then took her and dropped her off? But she was at home at 8 a.m. watching her get dressed, according to her in that statement. This is where I have the issues with. Thank you, Mind and Monsters. Do you see that, what I'm saying, you guys? This is the affidavit on this, so this is true. So then it says, and that was at 0840 hours, so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. Begins class at 9:30, so that was an early drop-off, way early, okay? License plate reader captured Stephen's vehicle with Florida tag, blah, blah, blah. Driving, blah, blah, blah. During the interview with Stephen, he provided consent to search his phone. However, they have redacted all that stuff, obviously. He stated he accidentally performed a factory reset on his phone, which is bullshit, we all know, the same day that she went missing. After an extensive canvass of the area, interviews with family and friends, it was unusual for Maddie to be dropped off down the street from the school. So that's not a regular thing. That's another lie. Okay. Sorry for all the blank stuff, guys. And not stay in communication with family and friends. Upon reviewing contents of Stephen's phone, several images and videos were located which depicted something, breasts, vagina, and anal opening as focal point of the pictures, videos. There were also pictures and videos depicting, I'm guessing that this would be Madeline's name, vagina and mouth being penetrated by a penis. I'm going to get sick. But anyway, as such, the files depict the sexual performance of a child. Your affiant has probable cause to believe Stephen was in possession of the material depicting the sexual performance of a child. It should be noted the I'm not going to explain all that stuff. You don't need to hear that. Jesus, they got like super detailed with that part. I forgot. And then it says that there were several different pieces of clothing that were observed, including patterned underwear, shirts, blankets, and sheets that matched things that were in their home. Okay, her bedroom, obviously. Based on totality of the circumstances, your affiant has probable cause to believe Stephen committed sexual battery. The redacted names, I'm guessing, are Madeline's, okay? And then some. And then there's the actual arrest warrant with that person's face. I can't wait to see the other charges here. So that's the actual documentation, folks. Like I said, I'm not going to read all those other details. You can get it. You don't need to hear it. So unbelievable. What I'm having a struggle with this, okay? And I don't know that this is the case. I'm asking a question. And I'm hoping for an answer. Is it possible to love somebody enough to overlook what they could possibly do to your child? Because I can't understand that. I can't feel that. I don't see that possible. That's what I'm asking. Because it seems to be that it happens a lot. I'm not saying it happened here, just saying it does happen a lot. Thank you, listening. Why is that so blown up so big? Hold on a minute. I added the links to her Rover profile in the comments. Some interesting observations about Jen Soto, mother of Madeline. A few days ago, Jen changed the name on her Facebook account to Sailor Coda. Peep her dog walking biz on IG, and you'll see that Stephen S. Stearns left her a review and mentioned how great she was with his dog, Sailor. Why on earth would she change her Facebook name to the name of the dog of the guy? Sorry, guys, I should probably show this to you as I'm reading it to you. Of the guy that did terrible things to her daughter. Then she completely deleted her entire profile. Also unrelated, but looks like Stephen lost a lot of Facebook friends past few days. I'm hoping so. Okay, I see it there. Interesting.
Yeah. Turn off your camera.
I have no idea, Terry. I've never even heard of that before. Ever.
Yeah, that's new. How can you be a triplet and be a half brother?
I've never heard of that before, ever. That's crazy. That's just crazy. Absolutely. Okay, let me check something here real fast in the email. Yeah, thank you, Molly. I got your email. Good picture. Yeah, that looks to me to be that looks to me to be her reflection in the sunglasses. That's insane to me. All right, thank you for that one. I got your email as well. The name that was put on her Facebook is Sailor Coda, but that's been taken down as well.
Yikes, that's a scary thought, Annie.
Thank you, madam. His wife stood by him at trial. 2 later, more assaults. LDS judge almost recalled banking. Damn. Whoever sided with them to gangst talk me, they are a part of that, and I want no parts in that behavior. What are we talking about? What does that mean? Marginalized individuals. I have no idea what that is. Okay. Anyway. Oh, investigate his music preferences and concerts he attended. Who are we talking about marginalized? For which person?
They sent people to volunteer and they got to my child. I refused to bow down to their family, twisting words and situations to suit their personal gain. I'm lost.
If your country wants help, I suggest you acknowledge the information to prior issues in organizations you dropped the ball on with his youth. Okay. I'm just catching up on these real quick. Sorry. With my knowledge from professional investigators, you're missing the fact he could be marked on his privates by cartel or gangs who extorted him through Disney. He hints about what? Whoa. Okay. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. Where does he say that at, marginalized? Like, where does he hint to that at? I'm curious. So we're talking about Soto's. Okay. Acknowledge the information to prior issues and organizations on with his youth. Okay. So there's things that went on in his life when he was younger. I mean, it's obviously law enforcement's job, but investigate his music preferences and concerts he's attended. Okay. Let's see what you're saying. That's interesting. I kept my sons away from their fathers and family, and this is the reason. It's a good reason.
Mhm.
Whoever sided with them, the gangs talk me are a part of that, and I want to know parts in their behavior. Gotcha. Okay. That's what I thought, Cheryl. They sent people to volunteer and they got to my child. I refused to bow down to their family, twisting words and situations to suit their personal gains. Okay. She's talking about her own child's father. I'm confused now. Let's see. Somebody clear my head up, please.
Okay, I say we just kind of move on.
I'm trying to, but are you still in here, Brittany, or are you? Yes, no, maybe so. So again, going back to this, I have issues with with Maddie Soto's mom at this point. I have questions, I should say. Okay, so one moment here. Trying to get this to 1 second. Hold on here. All right, now this is Sebastian Rogers' biological father. I just wanted you guys to hear this. Let me know how it sounds for you guys. I hope it's loud enough. It's just audio.
Being rude, he muted me.
Can you guys hear this okay?
No.
You can't hear it at all?
No. They could hear me, but we can't hear you.
No. Could you hear the interview with the father?
No.
Oh, shit. Okay. That's what
That's
I've been.
why I did that, because it was like dead quiet. I was like, what is going on?
No. I was. Hold on a minute then. I'll do this. I thought it was playing through for you guys. Let's try it this way. Okay.
Sorry, Cheryl.
Let's try this again. My apologies, guys. Let me back that up a bit.
What did you do to me? You kicked me off the screen.
You're still here.
I know.
Okay, here we go.
First, I mean, as his father, tell me a little bit about.
Now I can hear it.
Okay.
He's got a big heart. He's loving. You know, he's inquisitive. He can be stubborn at times. He loves to play video games. He loves animals. I mean, he thoroughly loves animals. He likes plants. He likes to, grow things.
By the way, I'm sorry, guys. This is the phone interview with Sebastian's biological father. I thought you guys must not have heard me the whole time I was explaining that, so my apologies.
He likes to take care of things. He loves his video games. Boy, the kid loves his video games.
What has the last week been like for you as a father?
My heart is missing somewhere out here, and I'm just trying to find him. Yeah, I don't know where he's at. I can't find him.
And when was the last time you got to see Sebastian?
Last time he was at my house. So I was supposed to have him last weekend, and it would have been 2 weekends prior. He was at my house, and I got to see him. We got to play video games, watch TV. Had a great weekend.
And I mean, obviously, it seems like, what has it been like working with law enforcement? Have they been great, trying to help you with this search?
They're definitely doing everything that they can to find my son, and I thoroughly appreciate it. And I hope
This is Sebastian Rogers' biological father's phone interview with the reporter. Okay. For those of you that I just seen somebody ask who is speaking. Can everybody hear this okay?
Yes.
It's over the phone, which is why it's a little bit fuzzy, but I have it as clear and as loud as I can get it, guys.
I hope that they find him every day. I'm waking up hoping that they find him.
And obviously, so he's autistic. Are there any tendencies that he may have? Like, does he like hanging out in the trees or by water that could maybe help people find him?
He does like creeks. I mean, he loves to go fishing with me. But if he's in the city limits, he's, video games. He'd probably be, maybe an arcade or something.
Okay. And has he ever done something like this before? Just leave the house for a short period of time or anything like that?
No.
And I mean, how much sleep have you lost over this last week? Walk me through kind of what that experience has been.
I haven't had very much sleep at all. I mean, coffee and energy drinks are my main diet has been.
Yeah. And I know you said you were out there searching. Are there any particular places that you're looking that you think he might be at?
I'm looking everywhere. I'm not from this area, so I don't know him. So I'm just everywhere. I keep telling people, keep your head up and your eyes open. If you see him, call 911. If my son hears my voice, buddy, you need to get a phone and call 911.
Definitely. And you live in Clarksville, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you've been out here in the Hendersonville area just searching for him the last week?
Every day.
And I guess, are you in close contact with his mother and stepfather about the situation?
Not really. We're in communication at least once a day, but that's about it. I'm looking for him.
Now, see, that throws me off a little bit because, and I'm not saying they were lying, but the interview that the parents gave said that the stepfather said they were very closely in contact constantly the whole time. So I'm confused on that a little bit.
Yeah. And I know, like, obviously with social media, it's tough because as a parent, you just want your kid home. But there's been a lot of like speculation too about possible like criminal investigations. What's kind of your reaction to all of that chatter on social media?
I don't have social media, man.
Okay. But just hearing people kind of speculate about that in the community, I guess, how does that make you feel?
I think they need to, instead of being keyboard warriors, they need to put feet on the ground and start looking for my son. If they really want to help, that's what they should be doing instead of coming up with their own opinion. How about get out there and we find my son?
And how much does your son, Sebastian, mean to you?
He's my life.
Do you have any other kids?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And I guess, is there, anything you want to say? I don't know how well you know the stepfather or the mother, but is there anything you'd like to say about that and that situation and how he just kind of disappeared from the house?
I have nothing to say about that.
Okay. And if you could say something to Sebastian right now, what would you say?
If you are hearing this, son, you need to tell people who you are and tell them to call 911 for you. You need to tell people that you are Sebastian Rogers and that you need them to call 911.
And anything you'd like to tell him about returning home?
I miss you, buddy. And I'm waiting. I want to hear from you. Okay.
All right.
Call 911 so we can find you, man. Come on, son.
Okay, so that was that interview. And that's really all I have new in regards to that. Okay, let me see here.
I feel bad. I hope they don't bombard her tomorrow. They're like, probably will. And see, Heather doesn't tell me about that stuff. But she doesn't call me and tell me about the shit they're doing. Hey, Mom.
Let me see here.
Hey, Mom.
Sorry, guys. I know that there's a lot of different people getting confused because we're covering multiple cases at one time. I'm so sorry about that. I'm trying to keep you guys on track with everything. I noticed there were some statements being made about Kaylee. That's what I'm looking for right now, Walt. Is there any new news, Brandy, that you've heard about Kaylee? Let me look here real quick at something. I'll give you guys what I can give you. One second here. Okay. There's a more pretty good picture of Kaylee right there for you guys to see. This is off of her parents' Facebook page, or her father's. That would be Kaylee right there. Sweet little girl. Last location and exact backpack she's wearing. So she's wearing a backpack. Okay. That one right there. The parent says, please help bring our girl home. If you have any information on her whereabouts, please contact the number listed on this flyer. She is well missed and loved by her family and friends. So she's definitely, like I said, older looking than she was in that other picture. I don't know that she had any money, guys. This is where she was and went missing to, or from, I'm sorry.
Sunnyside Road.
Mm-hmm. Sunnyside Road and Pearson intersect right there.
Is
And
it Pearson?
Jones is over on Jones Road is what it's saying. Thank you, Walt. Take care. That was 7 hours ago. This little girl's been missing going on 48 hours or more now at this point.
I think it was 48 at midnight, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that was 48 hours. So we're way beyond that, guys. Way too long. And again, this doesn't make any sense to me because they live in such a rural area. Where could she go unless somebody picked her up? Okay. Mikey's saying, what was the name of the church? There's a church right there.
I saw a cemetery. I don't know that I saw a church.
Right.
I didn't look at it real close.
I think that's a church right there. Brandy says, I wish her parents would freaking talk. We are coming on to 72 hours. Yeah. Is there something? What do you mean by that, Brandy? Like, what do they need to be talking about? It's
Mikey,
not.
it's something Baptist church.
He said Palestine Baptist.
That could be. I mean, Palestine Cemetery, so it's probably Palestine Baptist.
It's not my niece, Crafts and Crime. It's Brandy's niece. Okay, so
Brandy said they need to talk to the news or do something more than what they're doing.
why haven't they? Though is what I don't understand. I'm about to do that myself.
Right?
It's literally, I'm about to contact the local news. Do they not know about it? I would imagine they would. It's been, like you said, 72 hours. Sorry about my timing, guys. I wasn't thinking. We're getting close to 72 hours. This is too long. Way too long. Mm-hmm. Unless they have some idea as to where she might be, then it needs to be done. I don't get it. So And I don't like to get in people's business like that, but damn. I don't see anything else about this in here either. Yeah, that's too far back, so that doesn't matter. Yeah, it's not in the news that I saw either, so nobody has a clue. And why is the church, if she's involved in the church, why not call the church and get them involved?
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it. Right. I'm about to get a hold of the news myself just because maybe they don't know what to do. You know what I mean? That's some people don't, maybe just don't. Let me see something here.
Not really, Becca. Other than just family and friends. Mikey, Palestine Baptist Church.
Okay,
Is that slow
so
enough for you?
the Sun Times is the local newspaper, I believe. Not that that would help, but it could a little bit. And
How do they know that's where she was last seen?
who and what?
How do they know that that area right there is where Kaylee was last seen?
Oh, that I don't know. So we have KARK, Channel 4.
I don't think we know, Mikey.
What?
The name of the church that they attend.
No, we don't. We don't know.
Okay, I didn't think so.
KARK 4, KATV 7.
Oh, Felicity said Connect City Church.
And Fox 16. Okay. That's my next step with this because this has been a minute. That's been too long.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Mom. I was told that by my sister-in-law, Amber. Okay. See, I don't want to get involved in something if they have something that they're already doing, but we're not seeing anything, you guys. So Carrie says, I'm sure the church put a search together. This is not adding up. No search, no talking to news stations to get this. There's nothing going on. We've looked everywhere other than a couple Facebook posts. I don't understand. NFT. There you go. Sorry, someone said you were making fun of their missing relative. I'm late and confused. What?
Oh, probably you know whose video from.
No, NFT. That didn't happen. That's who we're talking about right now. I was never making fun of that. I'm trying to find her and I'm putting out the words about it. That person was very, very sadly disturbed about that situation and was completely misinformed and misguided about the situation and didn't ask any questions, just prejudged the situation. So I didn't do that, wouldn't do that, have never done that. So I'm sorry you had to see something like that.
Okie dokie, Molly. I'm on it.
What is it?
I don't know. She told me to check Discord. It's being.
Oh, I thought that was but all right. No idea. 84. It's just there's some people out there that just need to get help, I guess. I don't know how else to put it. No, I wasn't making fun of anything. I just think that person was upset because they weren't involved in the situation, and again, were completely misunderstood or misinformed. That's all. That's okay. I know the truth. No big deal. Thank you for asking to get clarification, NFT, instead of judging. I appreciate that. All right, I'm putting something together. I'm going to contact the news myself. This is driving me nuts at this point.
All right.
Uh,
Check this out.
What? Oh, okay. Map.
So here's home.
Where? Oh, right there with the red dot. Okay. Or no, right there. I see it. The green.
The green square.
This is home.
And all the way over here is where she was last seen.
What's the distance in that mileage wise?
Okay,
6.1
miles.
Who saw her at that point?
We're not sure. Just what Brandy say her sister-in-law told her.
And when do we know when that was? Because that's changed from the day that we started covering this. The last we know, she was seen walking out of her home. So there's been sightings of her then? Because I don't have that. Okay, Brandy, do you know when that sighting was of her over there by Pearson at this church? Like what day, what time, when? Because that'll help me keep this together here. Like I said, I don't want to make a fool out of myself if there's already stuff in the background going on that I just don't know about. That's all. Sunnyside Road, that's where she was last seen. And that was six point some odd miles from there. There's that gas station. Okay. We were thinking that someone saw her and didn't say anything until now. We don't know anything at this point. Okay, so there's no timeline for that. All right. Okay, so last seen at, was it at that church? Is that where that was? Or was she just seen in that area? Do we know that? That way I can speak on this.
He did tomboy, but I don't think it was for very long.
It was the brother. I think it was the brother that followed her to the door, from what we understood, and then stopped.
I thought it was the dad and said that she'd come back after she cooled down. I don't know.
Okay, last seen in the area of Pearson and Sunnyside Roads, or Sunnyside Road.
Oh my God, you both are crazy.
All right, and what is out on her now is a missing persons, possible runaway is how it's listed, right? Right, Dahlia, that's what we talked about before.
Okay, both parents were home. Okay, that's how it's listed. Yes, Bae. She was angry when she left.
Okay, so I don't know which news.
No, no boyfriend, no friends. She's a loner.
I have KARK K4, KATV7, THV11, and Fox 16 for that area.
Crafts and Crime, she broke her phone before she left. That was what kind of started it. She wanted a new phone, and Dad said no. They got into a disagreement, and she took off.
Okay, Heather, thank you. And I think I'm going to get a hold of Fox 16 and let them know as well. This has got to get out there at this point, guys. It's too long. It's dangerously too long. It's been dangerous since the day after. It's been dangerous since that night. So, and it's not anybody's fault. We took this upon ourselves to do this. She's 13, Norma. Too young.
I'm going to look at that. See. Palestine Baptist Church. I'm going to look at it in a...
Last seen near Sunnyside Road, Pearson, or Palestine Church, sorry. Pink backpack. I don't know what clothing she had on.
So...
It's a long walk. Well, 6 miles isn't too bad.
No.
But that area is pretty well, like there's a lot of main freeway type roads, and it could be dangerous depending on how you walk. And did you walk throughout the night? You know, I agree with that, Norma, for sure. We need to get this girl home, or at least get her somewhere that she's safe and everybody knows that she is. Do you know what I mean? That was a while ago. What do you mean by that, hun? How long ago was that, Molly? Do you know? Because I didn't get this information till just now. It's in the 70s. Okay. Oh, it's 4 hours now. Okay, guys. Well, okay. What I'm gonna do, because I'm gonna have to shut this down, but I will be back tonight. What I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to get in touch with get this new stuff rolling. Just keep your fingers crossed and prayers up for all of this stuff. 6.1 miles, right? Thank you, Molly. I'm gonna contact Fox 16 out of Arkansas and just give them what I know. Tell them who I am and what I do, and see if it'll happen. Heather said that she's submitting to KARK. Thank you. Or actually, she did it, so thank you for that, Heather. The only updates I've seen is on a Facebook page that belongs to the Father Bee. Okay, Heather. Thank you then. Well, then that's being done. I don't even have to do it myself. But you have whatever details you need, Heather. If you need anything else, let me know. And if she was older, it wouldn't be a big deal, but she's not. And that's what I'm worried for. She's a girl. She's 13.
Mm-hmm.
Unless she's with somebody else, that's what I'm worried about.
No, Noni, she's a loner.
Thank you very much, Heather. You're amazing. That's awesome. Molly, thank you for that too. Mama Bear, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All of you guys that are doing things on this, thank you very much. Thank you guys all for supporting the other children as well that we're trying to help with. Again, like I said, there's nothing and no new updates on Elijah Vu, sadly. So I think that's going to have to be it for right now, because like I said, I am. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, I guess, yeah, I'll save this for tonight. I'll be back in here tonight. I'm going to say 8:30, 9 o'clock. And we will move forward with that, you guys. Okay.
I will be in bed, but hopefully I can join you guys tomorrow if we.
Oh, yeah. There'll be more. Plus, there's new stuff that I'm coming out with too soon, guys. So thank you all so much for supporting this and this channel. I appreciate it very much. I'm sorry I was all over the place, guys, but I was trying to give you everything at one time. But yeah, it'll be like 8:30, 9 o'clock tonight. Hopefully by that point, we'll have all of these news sources involved at this point, and something can happen for Kaylee. I pray to God something new happens with Sebastian like very soon. And we just need justice for Madeline at this point. I appreciate you guys very much. Every bit of you guys. So thank you. And I will see you guys soon, Mama Bear. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate you very much too.
Yep. No problem.
Other than that, guys, don't forget to love yourselves, to love each other. Keep your hands together, praying for these kids and these situations. I appreciate you all so very much. I'll see you guys so very, very soon. Have a great rest of your day, folks. God bless. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. Have a great night. I'll see you hopefully tomorrow.